Magawa kayo livelihood center. Tama ko yung DSWD. Pati alam ko kayo na talagang kasi para maging friend. Anyway, tradition. O, sa distrito. Okay sa akin. Ganun. Kailangan hindi masama.
Talong.
Sa budget.
Oo, nakita ko. Taon ako.
Ayaw. Ayun na. Ayun. Kahit na po, kailangan mo po daming hindi na papadaan eh. Now, gagawin niya. Dapat ready.
So, I will kasi after this.
Iwanan mo ulit.
FD.
Ako naman. Okay, well, let's start. The resumption of the budget briefing on the fiscal year 2023, sources of financing and expenditure levels, and the budget proposals of the departments, agencies, corporations is hereby called to order. Committee Secretary, please acknowledge the House members and guests physically present today, as well as those attending via Zoom.
May we now acknowledge the House officials and members, as well as officials of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources who are physically present, as well as those attending via Zoom video conference today. Present at the session hall, Deputy Speaker Raymond Democrito Mendoza, Deputy Majority Leader Julian Jam Baronda, Deputy Majority Leader Jose Bong Tebes, Deputy Majority Leader Marlene Primicias Agabas, Vice Chair Jose Alvarez, Representative Rodolfo Ordanes, Representative Emilio Tanmatco, Vice Chair Roy Loyola, Vice Chair Raul Angelo Bongolan, Representative Richelle Singson, Vice Chair Jose Aquino II, Representative Joselito Sacdalan, Vice Chair Jocelyn Lim Caichong, Representative Celso Regencia, Vice Chair Romeo Momo, Representative Evgeny Vicente Imano, Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro, Representative Raul Daniel Manuel, Representative Solomon Siongalaw, Representative Raymond Robert Estrella, and Vice Chair Eric Goyap. And via Zoom, we have Vice Chair Maria Rachel Arenas, Vice Chair Ed Christopher Go, Vice Chair Roy Loyola, Vice Chair Maria Lucille Nava, Representative Chino Miguel Almario, Representative Angelo Marcos Barba, Representative Drixie May Cardema, Representative Edgar Chato, Representative Ricardo Cruz Jr., Representative Antonieta Yudela, Representative Jaime Presnedi, Representative Edwin Garjola, Representative Mark Go, Representative Carmelo John Lazatin II, Representative Jervil Luistro, Representative Maria Rene Ann Lourdes Matibag, Representative Arnan Panaligan, Representative Agustina Dominic Ditsitina Pancho, Representative Salvador Plato, Representative Jolo Revilla III, Representative Joseph Tan, Representative Caroline Tanchay, Representative Christian Unabia, Representative Rosana Ria Vergara, Representative Samuel Bersosa Jr., Representative Christopher Son Yap, Representative Loreto Acharon, Representative Romeo Acop, Representative Eleanor Bullet Begtang, Representative John Tracy Cagas, Representative Edsel Galeos, Representative Ron Salo, Representative Edgar Salvame, Vice Chair Rachel Marguerite Dalmar, Representative Ernesto Junicio, Representative Peter Miguel, Representative Vanessa Aumentado, Representative Elpidio Barsaga, Representative Richelle Singson, and Representative Rihan Sakaluran. Additional members of the session hall, Representative Yolo Rodriguez, Deputy Majority Leader Wilter Parma, Representative Menchi Bernos, and Representative Jefferson Congun. May we also acknowledge the presence of the officials and staff of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga, Head Executive Assistant Joaquin Loizaga, Undersecretary Malu Ernie, Undersecretary General Augusto de la Peña, Undersecretary for Legal Administration, Attorney Ernesto Adobo Jr., Undersecretary for Policy Planning, Attorney Jonas Leones, Undersecretary for Finance, Attorney Analisa Revuelta, Undersecretary for Field Operations, Attorney Juan Miguel Cuna, Undersecretary for Field Operation Mindanao, Jocelyn Marcos Fragada, Assistant Secretary for Policy Planning, Marshal Amaro Jr., Assistant Secretary for Finance Information, Engineer Nonita Kagiwa, Executive Director, Manila Bay Coordinating Office, Jacob Memban, Director, Financial Management Service, Angelito Fontanilla, OIC Director, Melinda Capistrano, Director of EMB, Engineer William Coñado, Director of Mines and Geosciences Bureau, Attorney Wilfredo Moncano, Administrator of the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, Peter Chanco, Executive Director of National Water Resources Board, Dr. Sevilio David, Executive Director, Philippine Council for Sustainable Development, Teodoro Jose Sadul Mata, OIC Director, Biodiversity Management Bureau, Natividad Berdandino, Director, Foreign Management Bureau, Tirso Parian Jr., Director, Land Management Bureau, Attorney Emeline Talabis, Director, Ecosystem Research and Development Bureau, Maria Lourdes Ferrer. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Distinct colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the DNR family headed by Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga, a recognized climate change advocate. Welcome to the House of Representatives. The committee commends the effort of the department to increase the forest cover of our country through the greening program and to the successful rehabilitations of one of the major tourist destinations, Boracay, including Manila Bay. We look forward to more similar rehabilitation projects for other major tourist destinations to improve our tourism economy. Under the leadership of the Secretary, we expect programs and projects on climate change adaptation measures using a science-based approach on a national scale to build resilient communities through a risk-sensitive and balanced development of our resources. We hope that you continue the efforts done by your predecessors and do even more to provide us with an environment and climate change resilient communities, to weave environmental policies into all development programs that support sustainable, inclusive, and long-term growth of the economy. Thank you and good morning.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please proceed. No?
at this point, I'd like to present the sponsors of the DNR budget. The lead sponsor is Vice Chair Jose Pepito Alvarez. The co-sponsors are Vice Chair Jose Aquino, Vice Chair Janet Garin, Vice Chair Raul Angelo Gil Bongalon, Vice Chair Alan T., Vice Chair Alfonso Omali Jr., and Vice Chair Baby Aline Vargas Alfonso. And allow me, Mr. Chair, to say a few words. Esteemed colleagues, Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Gonzaga, and the DNR family, magandang umaga po. It is clear that the most important goal at this point in time is economic recovery. But it is equally important that what we aspire for is an economic recovery that is sustainable, a kind of growth that will not be easily wiped out by natural calamities and disasters. Back in 2015, DOF pegged annual losses due to disasters at 130 billion pesos, or about 1.1% of GDP. One obvious way to avoid such damages is to mitigate the effects of global warming and take care of our environment. On a personal note, ramdam naming mga taga-Marikina ang matinding pinsala na dala ng bagyo at baha. Minsay umaabot ng 2 linggo ang paglilinis ng putik sa loob ng bahay na dala ng baha. Ang ibang mga pamilya, inaabot ng taon bago mapalitan ng mga ari-ariang nasira ng baha. This is what natural disasters mean at a micro level. The economic setback can be tremendous. Economic gains can be lost overnight. So, I believe that it is in this context that we discuss the budget of DNR. The agency's mandate, which is to conserve, manage, develop, and ensure the proper use of the country's environment and natural resources. Without DNR, we could easily fall into a trap that unleashes the wrath of Mother Nature. We cannot be myopic in our quest for economic rebound. We must think long-term. So, I enjoin everyone to work hard and work together towards finding adequate resources for DNR's worthy programs. Maraming salamat po, and may we have a productive meeting. So at this point, Mr. Chair, the good lead sponsor may wish to give some sponsorship remarks.
Good morning to Mr. Chairman Saldico and Vice Chairman Madam Vice Chair Stella Kimbo, to my distinguished colleagues, to the whole DNR team led by Secretary Loizaga. Let me express my wholehearted support in this budget briefing that you are going to present. As your lead defender, I'd like to assure you that with dispatch we will proceed with this presentation without sacrificing the several questions that will be asked of you and of us by the minority and as well as the majority. And welcome to this August chamber, Madam Secretary.
Secretary Maria Antonio Yulo Loizaga, you may now proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. To the Honorable Gentlemen and Ladies of the 19th Congress, good morning. It is our honor as the Department of Environment and Natural Resources to present you with our proposed budget for the fiscal year 2023. May we begin by apprising this august body that we aim to invest in a scientific, systems, and risk-based approach to the integrated management of our environment and the sustainable utilization of our natural resources. We see these as critical pathways to the achievement of the President's 8-point agenda and the principal mandates of our department in the service of our country. We intend to define some new environment, social, and governance standards and apply some key performance metrics to our programs and projects. We shall also strive then to ensure that our legislation is evidence-informed, based on stakeholder consultation, and bolstered by the appropriate current, emerging, and practical technologies. We will strive for nexus governance of our environment that is technically excellent, efficient, adaptive, responsive, and climate and disaster resilient. This is especially important as we work towards the digitalization of our processes and a new information architecture that will yield transparency and accountability. As we look towards the utilization of machine learning and artificial intelligence in our monitoring and our analytics, we trust that these will enable us to be of greater service to all our stakeholders. For 2023, we are respectfully requesting a total amount of 23,041,980,000 pesos to support the thrusts and priorities of our shared mission for resilient and sustainable development. Our first priority is the mapping and accounting of the country's natural resources by combining geospatial intelligence, economics, and natural, social, and industrial science. This work of natural capital accounting is necessarily transdisciplinary and will therefore entail close collaboration and synergies with different departments in order to achieve desired impacts. The seeds of these efforts are already underway and are being spearheaded by NEDA, the Philippine Statistics Authority, the Philippine Space Agency, and others. Secondly, we would like to help build resilient cities and municipalities, one community at a time, through the risk-sensitive and balanced approach to the responsible and ethical stewardship of our natural resources. This will allow us to make sure that no ecosystem will be brought to its tipping point and that no one is left out or left behind. Our work is from ridge to reef, along and under the land management transects from rural to urban. The role of the DNR as the protector of the natural systems that provide food, water, and energy needed as the lifeblood of our economy is difficult to diminish. While cities are the engines of growth, They depend on ecosystem services, largely outside of their political and administrative boundaries, and depend on the natural capital that actually belongs to the country. We must measure, preserve, and enhance what we value if we would like to achieve a just and equitable growth and increased opportunities for a safe and sustainable quality of life for this generation and the succeeding generations. As the lead of the Cabinet Cluster on Climate Change Adaptation, Mitigation, and Disaster Risk Reduction, and the chair of the Task Force Build Back Better, we will confront the climate emergency through practical yet transformative adaptation, using traditional knowledge, science, technology, engineering, and innovation. We live in a multi-hazard environment where risk from natural, human-induced, biological, and even natural technological hazards sometimes compound and cascade. On water security and resulting food and energy security, this is our priority as well. It is particularly vulnerable to climate change, and we are no strangers to the situation every time there is a strong typhoon. Water is everywhere, but there is none to drink. In closing, we shall strive to continuously protect our indigenous species as part of our natural heritage, our pride, and our identity, while enabling our indigenous communities to harness these resources for the socioeconomic and commercial benefits they may bring to them and to our country. We respectfully invite you to join us on this journey and trust in your sincere support as we embark on this new course, on this new mission. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I may, we would like to show an AVP on the report of the DNR.
Please proceed.
The Department of Environment and Natural Resources is honored to present its budget proposal for fiscal year 2023, anchored on the government's overall goal of achieving a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development. For fiscal year 2023, the DENR's priority thrusts and directions are aligned with the President's pronouncement during his State of the Nation's address last July 2022 regarding the nexus between economic development, climate change, and environment, and ensuring water security in the country. The DENR's programs and policies support the government's 8-point agenda of pursuing a green and blue economy and creating green jobs. The DENR will adopt climate risks lens in planning and policy formulation. This requires the establishment of a national natural resource geospatial database, which provides the integration of climate-related and geospatial data for planning and informed policy and decision-making. The DENR manages 15 million hectares of lands classified as forest lands. It will pursue reforestation efforts to protect the 7.2 million hectares of forest cover in the country based on the 2015 data capture by NAMRIA and maintain its steady increase as experienced in 2010 to 2020, almost 6% rise in forest cover. Conservation of 248 protected areas under the expanded National Integrated Protected Area System will be improved to sustain habitat interconnectivity and protect wildlife resources. The 470 inland wetland sites, including the 8 Ramsar sites, will be managed properly for flood protection, water quality improvement, and shoreline erosion control. The 864 classified caves will be protected for biodiversity conservation, fostering integrated ocean and coastal management. 33 marine protected area networks will be supported for fish productivity and biodiversity-friendly livelihood enterprises for coastal communities. Critical habitats that have been designated will be protected as they serve as natural home of the endemic and threatened species of the country's wild fauna and flora. Enforcement against illegal wildlife trade and wildlife crime hotspots will be enhanced. For effective monitoring of air quality, maintenance and operation of 109 air quality monitoring stations will be bolstered. Air quality management will be strengthened in the 22 airsheds designated across the country. Water quality management areas that have been designated will be made functional. Continuous classification of water bodies based on beneficial use will be pursued. More effective management of solid and hazardous wastes will be undertaken through assistance to LGUs. Water security and resilience, especially in high water stressed areas, will be promoted. The department aims to sustainably and responsibly manage its mineral resources, consisting of 9 million hectares with high mineral potential. Around 730,000 hectares, or 2.5% of the Philippines' total land area, are covered with mining tenements. The 1:50,000 scale geologic maps produced from the 970 geologic quadrangles under the Quadrangle Mapping Project cover almost all of the Philippine land area, provide geological information on potential development of minerals, energy, and water resources. Mineral resources development using these generated maps will be made. Support to small-scale miners through Minahang Bayan in 9 regions will be strengthened to ensure benefits to the communities and environmental safeguards are in place. Effective land management and governance will be pursued. To support the DENR's priorities, proposal for budget under the National Expenditure Program amounts to 23 billion pesos, broken down into 10 billion pesos for maintenance and other operating expenses, 2.9 billion pesos for capital outlay, and 10 billion pesos for personnel services. The breakdown per office shows that of the 23 billion pesos, 17 billion pesos is aimed to support activities of the central office, regional offices, penros, senros, and staff bureaus. Of the 23 billion pesos, 4 billion pesos will be used for the general administration and support. 2.6 billion pesos is pegged for support to operations, and 15.7 billion pesos for operations. Under operations, the proposed budget for the 3 major outcomes are natural resources sustainably managed, which has over 12.3 billion pesos, clean and healthy environment sustained, 1.7 billion pesos, adaptive capacities of human communities and natural systems improved, which has 1.6 billion pesos. In terms of major programs, budget allocated under the fiscal year 2023, NEP is down by 1.3 billion pesos, or 15%, when compared to the DENR's fiscal year 2022 GAA. For January to June 2022, 54.05% of the total allotment of the DENR is already obligated. Supporting the proposed 2023 budget proposal are the DENR's targets for 2023, taking off from the accomplishments in 2021 and January to June 2022. For the establishment of the National Natural Resource Geospatial Database, activities are to strengthen support to information technology, development of various information systems. In support of the requirements for updated geospatial information database, 1,500 large-scale 1:10,000 digital line maps and updated 45 medium-scale 1:50,000 maps were produced. For 2023, 1,500 large-scale digital line maps and 45 medium-scale topographic maps will be produced. Under the Enhanced National Greening Program, the total area reforested was 98,480 hectares, and 112.5 million seedlings of various commodities were produced. About 324,159 jobs were generated, and 62,292 persons were employed. For 2023, more than 11,000 hectares of potential NGP sites will be developed, and around 6 million seedlings will be produced. Forest protection was intensified with more than 195,000 kilometers patrolled, neutralized hotspots gone down to 18 hotspot municipalities, or 5% decrease, and more than 3.7 million board feet of undocumented forest products apprehended. Around 81,000 kilometers within forest lands will be patrolled, and more than 1,000 forest protection officers to be hired. On protected area management, a total of 934 corners of boundary were established for the demarcation of legislated protected areas. 16 protected area suitability assessment were conducted and 3 PA management plans were prepared. For 2023, similar activities will be conducted, including survey and registration of protected area occupants of 654 barangays with PA. For scaling up of management of coastal and marine ecosystems, 37 marine protected areas or MPAs were assessed. 13 MPA networks were established. 16 MPA networks strengthened through active and capacitated management boards. Biodiversity-friendly enterprises, or BDFE, of the 45 people's organizations were enhanced through the conduct of training. For 2023, more PA assessment, monitoring, establishment, and strengthening will be undertaken, as well as more PO support. For wildlife protection and conservation, 10 critical habitats were managed. 15,506 wildlife permits were issued nationwide. 479 wildlife monitoring units covering 36 airports and 131 seaports were mobilized. Several wildlife enforcement officers were trained. 264 enforcement operations were conducted. 66,000 were confiscated due to active mobilization of the Philippine Operations Group on Ivory and Illegal Wildlife Trade, or POGI, and enforcement operations. For 2023, 10 threatened species will be monitored. 87 wildlife traffic monitoring units and wildlife enforcement officers will be mobilized to major entry points, destination of illegal wildlife trade, transshipment points, and poaching sites. Wildlife disease surveillance in 17 target sites for avian flu, Nipah, and Ebola virus will be enhanced. About 27,000 firms monitored and 39 firms with continuous emission monitoring system were connected to the real-time data acquisition and handling system. 109 air quality monitoring stations were maintained. 22 airshed governing boards were operationalized. Air quality management will be enhanced through the effective monitoring of compliance of around 16,000 firms, designation of additional 4 airsheds, and upgrading of ambient air quality standards to include additional parameters. In compliance with the Philippine Clean Water Act, about 14,000 establishments were monitored. 40 water quality management areas were operationalized. 50 priority and 44 recreational water bodies were monitored. 82 water bodies were classified and endorsed for approval. Water quality management in Manila Bay, Boracay, Siargao, El Nido, Coron, Puerto Galera, and Panglao showed decrease in coliform level. For the continuous improvement of water quality, targets for similar activities will be continued. Biowaste shredder with composter machines were provided to about 1,200 LGUs. 10-year solid waste management plans of more than 1,000 LGUs were approved. 285 treatment, storage, and disposal facilities, of which 32 for infectious wastes, were monitored. For 2023, it is targeted that the remaining 445 10-year solid waste management plans will be approved. The rehabilitation of 616 closed dump sites, 282 sanitary landfills, and 164 treatment, storage, and disposal, or TSD facilities will be monitored. On water regulation, around 5,000 water permit applications were approved and 239 certificate of public convenience were issued. Water meters, water sources, diversion waterworks, and water utilities were inspected. Comprehensive resource assessment was conducted for major river basins. A total of 3 groundwater management plans were developed. 3 comprehensive water resources assessment were conducted, and 7 groundwater monitoring wells were installed. In 2023, continued water regulation and monitoring activities will be undertaken, including establishment of 2 groundwater monitoring well system in water concessionaries' reactive wells with telemetry. On land administration and management, around 61,000 residential, agricultural, and commercial and industrial patents were issued to provide tenure security to the qualified beneficiaries. Datasets of more than 100 cities, municipalities from land administration and management system were verified and corrected. For 2023, 13,000 residential and 12,900 agricultural free patents will be issued. 179 municipalities or cities are targeted for digital cadastral database cleansing. To promote mineral resources development, 7,185 mining rights, contracts, permits, and other mining-related permits were issued. 15 Minahang Bayan sites were declared. 249 multi-partite monitoring teams of mining projects were operationalized. For 2023, 3,946 mining rights, contracts, permits are targeted to be issued. 53 declared Minahang Bayan sites will be monitored, and 8 new Minahang Bayan sites will be declared. In support to disaster risk reduction efforts of the government, vulnerability and risk assessment was conducted in 133 cities, municipalities, to assess their susceptibility to geohazards, specifically landslides and flooding. 84 cities or municipalities were assessed for groundwater resource. For 2023, vulnerability and risk assessment for 71 cities, municipalities, while groundwater resources availability assessment for 50 cities or municipalities will be undertaken. Under the Environment and Natural Resources Resiliency Program, which aims to improve the capacities of vulnerable communities and the natural ecosystems, 4 resilience roadmaps with investment portfolio for risk resilience for climate vulnerable areas were developed. For fiscal year 2023, baseline of the ecosystem services through green assessment, especially in the 24 priority climate vulnerable provinces, will be generated for resilience planning. 34 cities will be capacitated on greenhouse gas inventory and management. Watershed characterization and vulnerability assessment, or WCVA, of 15 priority watersheds were conducted. Whole ecosystem carbon stock and sequestration assessment of ENGP sites was developed. Various research and development extension projects were implemented. For 2023, RDE projects focusing on ecosystems resilience will be pursued. The threats and risks to the ecosystems, biodiversity resources, and communities due to hazards and impacts of climate change are daunting. Resources are needed to sufficiently mobilize and respond to these challenges. Compared to fiscal year 2022 budget, the DENR recommended budget for fiscal 2023 decreased by 9.47% or 2.4 billion pesos. DENR's average annual budget for the past 10 years is 23.7 billion pesos, or less than 1% of the national appropriations. The DENR respectfully appeals to the continuing and relentless support of the Congress in financing investments on environment and natural resources management, risk resiliency, and adaptive capacities of natural resources and communities. Recovery from the pandemic requires linking economic growth pathways, natural systems, and environmental sustainability. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. At this point, we shall open the floor to questions. But before we do that, a few reminders. Each member would have 5 minutes for questions, and this 5 minutes would exclude the responses of the resource persons, in which case we highly encourage our resource persons to answer directly, completely, yet concisely. And as a long-standing and cherished tradition, we accord preferential treatment to the minority members of the House, to be followed by the majority members in an alternating manner. So at this point, the Chair recognizes, for his interpellation, Minority Leader Marcelino Libanan. The Minority Leader is not around. So we proceed to Deputy Minority Leader Franz Castro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang umaga po sa pamilya ng DENR, especially kay Secretary Yulo Loizaga, our USEX, ASEX, and staff. Madam Chair, yung first topic ko po about the National Greening Program. Okay, so according to the special provisions of the DENR, the NGCP received an appropriation of a total of 44.23 billion since 2011. for this year, for next year, we will have 2023. So we have 2,491,873. Meanwhile, the budget for forest development, rehabilitation, maintenance, and protections, which contains the budget for the GCP, right? So, nandito po yung budget ng GCP sa forest development rehabilitation na meron po, Madam Chair, na PS, mga MOOE, budget, capital outlay. Nandun naman po yung breakdown dun sa ating mga report. So, for this year, Madam Chair, saan natin makikita yung budget for National Greening Program? At bakit hindi po nakalagay doon sa specific line ng NGP na katulad nung dati po, Madam Chair?
Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much, Honorable Castro. For this matter po, I will defer to Yusek Analizate, our Head of Finance, who prepared specifically the budget. Yusek?
Yusef, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Honor, for 2023, we have allocated about 2.4 billion for the National Greening Program. This will include the 11,000 hectares for new plantations, and the rest we will focus, Madam Chair, for the protection and maintenance of the existing reforested areas that we have undertaken in the past years, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, ang tanong natin, hindi nakalagay yung specific line item sa NGP.
Madam Chair, it's under the Forest Development, Rehabilitation, Maintenance, and Protection. Under that po is the National Greening Program. It's part of the total 4,152,895,000, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your presentation, there are 98,480 hectares, 112.5 million seedlings, etc. So, pwede po ba, Madam Chair, makakuha tayo ng report, saan-saang area? At hindi lang po yung number of seedlings, ano po yung development dun sa area na yon? Ano ba, sa ganitong probinsya? So, saan po nagkaroon ng National Greening Program? At ano po yung naging progress noong area na yon, Madam Chair? Can we have the report since 2011?
Thank you very much, Honorable Congresswoman. We will submit that report po. We have already instructed, in fact, a geographic map indicating po where these seedlings and where these areas were forested. So we will submit that po to you. Thank you very much, Madam.
Madam Chair, related to that, paano ba natin sinusukat yung progress or failure ng National Greening Program natin? So every year ba meron tayong, like for example, monitoring doon sa reforestation or yung NGP?
Thank you very much, Honorable Congresswoman. I will defer here to Yusek Jonas Leones, who is on top of the NGP program.
Yusef, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ma'am Franz. For the monitoring of our NGP, we require all regional offices and PENDROs to submit regular reports to the Office of the Secretary, and then they verify it through ground truthing. They submit to us the real situation on the ground. And in case there are low survivals in the area, we require the people's organization to replace those dead planted seedlings, Your Honor.
To replace, so ibig sabihin may budget din po tayo doon sa replacement?
In the contract, Madam Chair, of the NGP, there is a provision there that it is the responsibility of the people's organization as part of their contract to replace the seedlings that being damaged, so that we can ensure survival of the plantation, Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chair, hintayin ko na lang po yung report doon sa hinihingi natin, Madam Secretary. So, second topic po about the 5-year Manila Bay Rehabilitation Program. So tanong ko lang po, merong phase 1, phase 2, at saka yung phase 3. Can you give us a brief update po dito sa rehabilitation program po ng DNR on Manila Bay, dahil nakita po natin yung naging impact noong Dolomite at naging impact ng Dolomite doon sa program natin on phase 1, 2, and 3. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Congresswoman. Just moving forward, before I turn over to Yusek Leones, who is on top of the Manila Bay project, I would like to assure the Honorable Congresswoman and the committee that we are looking very closely at the environmental and social impact of this project and will continue to evaluate it moving forward using our scientific evaluation as well as the social vulnerability evaluation that we intend to implement. So, Yusek Jonas, if he may be recognized, please, Madam Chair.
Yusek Leones.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair. Based on the report submitted by the DPWH, Madam Chair, we have already completed the placement of the Dolomite Beach, 500 meters from Embassy towards Remedios. The width of this Dolomite Beach is ranging from 30 meters to 140 meters from seawall to seaward. We have already completed the baywalks in terms of installing infrastructures, like, for example, comfort rooms and rehabilitation of the interceptors, because we want to make sure that all the wastewater, untreated wastewater, before they are discharged in Manila Bay, it will be passing through the STP, so that the untreated waste will be discharged, at least treated na when it reaches the water of Manila Bay. Aside from that, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, water hyacinth and the solid waste are still the major problem in our efforts to rehabilitate Manila Bay. That is why we will be closely coordinating with the DILG and local government units to help us address this concern. We will also be coordinating with the Department of Housing, Urban Housing and Development, because of the main problem, Your Honor, is the informal settlers living in the river system. So we are continuously coordinating with this department to give priority on the relocation or settlement of these informal settlers. And we will continue also the rehabilitation of some wetlands and by planting mangroves in areas where it is suited. Finally, Madam Chair, we have been strictly enforcing our environmental laws to make sure that industries comply with environmental requirements, and we will be compelling them to connect their lines of their sewage system to the water concessionaires, and if they cannot connect with these lines, we will compel them to put their own STP, Madam Chair.
Thank you po, Pero sa tingin po natin, meron kasi mga pump station dito, sa Padre Paura, Remedios, tsaka yung Estero, na hindi pa natatapos yung pag-rehabilitate o paggawa. And tingin natin, nagpalala pa ng sitwasyon yung paglalagay natin ng Dolomite, na nakita natin yung nagkaroon ng parang ito yung sinisisi doon sa flooding. So siguro dapat natin pag-isipan din kung ano yung magiging status po nito. And Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, kailangan natin sigurong magkaroon ng public consultation din, lalong-lalo na doon sa sinasabing informal settler. Parang ito na naman yung sinisisi ng DENR dito sa rehabilitation ng Manila Bay. Can we have a Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, consultation with that stakeholders? Yung halimbawa po, yung mga representative ng fisher folks, yung mga scientists, kalikasan, Oceana Philippines, residents, yung mga sinasabi nyo informal settlers, para magkaroon po tayo ng tulungan doon sa kanila. So Madam Chair, can we have a commitment with the DENR na sana magkaroon ng public consultation sa mga stakeholders regarding the rehabilitation ng Manila Bay? Yun lang po, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Congresswoman. We fully intend po to have a public consultation on this, especially as there have been many perspectives brought forward po ng mga communities, scientists included, and other environmental groups who are concerned with the implementation. In due respect to the efforts that have been done, I think that there have been some positive impacts. However, this is a complex situation wherein the ecosystems are actually interrelated and have been somehow disturbed. So we will in fact commit to that po. There will be a public consultation on this matter. Thank you very much po, Honorable Congresswoman.
Salamat, Rep. Castro. Next to interpellate is from the majority. The chair recognizes Deputy Majority Leader Jose Bong Teves Jr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My peer colleagues, Secretary Loizaga, and the DENR family, good morning. Madam Secretary, I have a few questions with regards to the Department of Ecological Solid Waste Management Plan. Ang Republic Act 9003 ay naisa batas ninyo noong February 16, 2001. Ito po ay 21 years nang nakalipas. Isa po sa mga mandato ng Ecological Solid Waste Management Commission ay mag-aproba ng mga solid waste plan ng mga local government units. Based sa aking datos noong 2019, ay may 53% o 912 solid waste management plans ng LGU pa ang pending nito. Nabawasan na po ba ito?
Thank you very much, Honorable Congressman. I will call on Yusek Mitch Kuna, please, to si Engineer William Comdiano, Director of EMB, please, to answer that question. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary and Madam Chair. Actually, based on our database, we have almost 1,592 local government units, and we have approved 10-year solid waste management plan of 1,147, and the remaining 442 is the target for the year 2023. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, may request na kung po pwede, tuloy-tuloy ko muna ang aking pagtanong and din sabay-sabay na lang sagutin.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ano nyo po, hindi nyo po ba napansin ang number one problem nito? Kaya hindi makapag-comply ang mga LGUs ay kulang sila sa pondo. We have to understand that the 20% Economic Development Fund the local government units are receiving is not enough to comply with their mandate under Republic Act 9003. Second, next is the suitability. Hindi po lahat ng bayan o lugar ay suitable na magkaroon ng sanitary landfill. If mababa po ang area ng isang lugar, hindi po pwede itong lagyan ng sanitary landfill dahil po ito'y prone sa flooding. Ano po ang magiging solusyon nito? Madam Secretary, 3 terms po akong mayor, 3 terms din po akong kinakasuhan para sa hindi pag-comply ng Republic Act 9003. Former Vice Governor din ako, ganun din ang naririnig ko. Pag-aralan po natin ang batas na ito kung talagang ito'y epektibo po. Kasi during budget hearing kahapon with the Secretary ng DENR, that's former Secretary ng DILG, is also as a former mayor, sila mismo ay nahirapan na makomply nito at sinabi nila, Ibig sabihin, baka may mga technical problem dito sa paggawa ng batas na ito. Alam ko po na hindi po ito sa panahon ninyo. Kasi ito po ay 2002 pa. 2000 pala po ito ay naisa batas. 21 years na nakalipas. Kaya siguro kung po pwede, pag-aralan po natin itong batas na ito, marami pong makakasuhan ng mga mayors dahil hindi kayang i-comply tulad ng mga sinabi ko. Next, isa pa pong tanong sa DENR. Ang inyong budget request ay may nakalaan na 1.5 billion pesos para sa programa ng Environmental Management Bureau para sa implementation ng Ecological Solid Waste Management Regulation. Saan po napupunta ang pondo na ito? Bakit po kailangan pang bawasan pang inyong proposed allocation sa programang ito ngayong taon mula 2.7 billion last year? Napakalaking pondo, ngunit ang compliance sa solid waste management plans ng mga LGU ay nanatiling mababa. Mr. Vice Chairman, sa Quezon City po lamang, only 36 out of 142 barangays have established material recovery facilities, for example. Napakababa po ng compliance kung tutusin, matagal na pong inaisa batas ang Republic Act 9003. Baka pwede pang itulong ito sa ibang mga LGU na nangangailangan ng pondo para dito. Last question ko po, for the Solid Waste Management Commission, may I ask, ilang years po ba ang term tenure o ng isang commissioner? Hindi po ba ayon sa inyong resolution 77 series of 2014 ay 3 years lamang po ang year of service sa isang commissioner? Ngayon, ilang taon na po ba ang incumbent commissioner nyo ngayong na nakaupo? Yan lang po ang mga tanong ko. And lastly, siguro pwede nyo nang sagutin bago po ako mag-last na sasabihin.
Madam Secretary, since there are multiple questions, we can proceed to assign the various answers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you po, Honorable Congressman. We will turn over to Yusek Mitch Cuna for the answer on the review of the law. But please feel reassured that we are, as a department, certainly going to look into this. Yusek Mitch will go into the specific details, after which we will ask Director Cuñado to please respond to your succeeding questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. With the permission of the Secretary, Mr. Chair, we are actually in the process of reviewing the Republic Act 9003. Tama po ang ating kagalang-galang na Congressman that probably outdated siya. And after 20 years, as we all know, nahihirapan pa rin po tayo ipatupad ang batas, even as simple as segregation at source. One of the provisions of the law, Mr. Chair, says that the solid waste management is under the jurisdiction of the local government unit. This is one of the reasons, Mr. Chair, in the past when we would request a larger budget for solid waste, the answer of the Department of Budget and Management to us is that hindi po sa jurisdiction ng DENR ang solid waste, and that ang aming tungkulin lamang po is to provide technical assistance and education and information about this. So that's about the funding po na nabanggit po ng ating kagalang-galang na Congressman. Also po, under Secretary Loizaga, we're also reviewing possible latest technologies that we can use to address solid waste management. Natatandaan ko po sa mga nakaraang mga committee hearings that we've had here in the House of Representatives, in particular, ang ating ibang mga congressman nagtatanong rin po about possible technologies dahil kagaya po ni Congressman Teves, yung ibang mga mababatas po natin ay dating mga governor at mayor din po. So alam nila ang sitwasyon sa kani-kanilang mga lugar na nagkakaroon na po ng malaking suliranin tungkol po sa solid waste management. So we're also studying that approach. We've been talking to even international organizations about this to assist us also on what would be the best and most acceptable type of technologies applicable to our country. So yun lang po, we're going to review the law. We're under the process of reviewing 9003 at ito pong nasabi ko yung technology po. I'd like to turn over po to Director William Cuñado for the other data requested by the Honorable Congressman. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Director Fernando, you are recognized.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just addendum to our Yusek Kuna in terms of the solid waste management, Mr. Chair, would like to appraise the committee, Mr. Chair, that for the material recovery that is provided by the Bureau before, we have provided approximately a total of 11,752, Mr. Chair. And that will serve about 39,556 barangay. And this servicing barangay is about 17,407. What I'm saying here, Mr. Chair, we have a very good assistance to our local government unit in terms of the material recovery facilities. In that aspect, Mr. Chair, I would like to inform everybody that the usage of these material recovery facilities is only 10% out of the we have provided. If we will have to use these material recovery facilities serving to all the local government efficiently, this will have reductions of our garbage that will be disposed of sanitary landfill. Unfortunately, if you have these segregated materials, where are you going to dispose this one? So, Mr. Chair, I would like to inform the committee that if we have to adopt the systems of reduce residual derived fuel that will be used as a fuel in our power plant and our cement plant, this will have a very big, there will be a very big circular economy in relation to our dollars. Because imagine the power plant will import a coal. And in my computation, Mr. Chair, if we have to convert all this garbage into a fuel, residual derived fuel, that will be used for the power plant, there will be a circular economy about 90 billion if we have to use this effectively and convert this garbage into a fuel that will meet the qualifications of the power plant. With that, Mr. Chair, we just need a very efficient technology in terms of co-processing that we have already exercised that, and some of our cement plants are practicing this to adopt this, to get this as a fuel in their cement plant. Hopefully, Mr. Chair, we have already introduced this technology and some of the cement plants are practicing this one. And I believe this will be one of the best solutions that we will have to pursue in terms of converting our garbage into a residual derived fuel instead of dumping it in our sanitary landfill. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Okay, your time is up, Rep. Okay, one last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 15 years ko na po kung naririnig yan na engineer na mga sinasabi natin na yan. September na ngayon, October na, November, tag-ulan na naman. Siguradong maraming baha na naman dito. But may tanong lang ako, di ba ang National Solid Waste Commission's umbrella yan ng DENR? Nasa loob kayo ng DENR ang National Solid Waste Commission, di ba? Atas nyo yan?
Sir, Office of the President po, ang National Solid Waste Commission.
Hindi ba sa inyong hawak yan?
Chair lang po tayo, kami sa DNR. Opo.
Hindi nyo sinusupervise yan?
Sir, ang Secretariat po sa atin, I will turn over to Yusek Kuna, please, to explain.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Chair, the Secretariat is the Environmental Management Bureau under the law sa Solid Waste Management Commission, pero under the Office of the President po siya, chaired by the DENR.
Okay, thank you. Lastly,
Your time has expired.
okay, next.
Sorry. Okay, we now go to the next on the minority list is Rep. Raul Manuel. You are now recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning sa mga panauhin natin mula sa Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Yung unang tanong ko ay tungkol sa mga proyekto na tinag bilang bahagi ng ating climate change initiatives. Kasi dun sa summary ng ating pagpopondo, meron po itong total na 453.3 billion pesos. Pero isang malaking chunk nito ay nasa flood management program ng DPWH na nasa 169 billion pesos. Gusto ko itong maklarify kasi while magkaisa po tayo dun sa paano natin ma-address yung climate change, pero baka misleading yung paglagay ng flood management program sa ilalim ng ganitong label. Lalo na yung climate change, gusto natin siyang i-resolve talaga yung impact nito sa mamamayan, pero yung flood management kasi ay parang pag-address na lang dun sa effects na ng climate change at hindi dun sa prevention na bahagi ng ating climate change efforts.
Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Congressman. I fully agree po that the structural flood management programs also, in fact, are more in terms of post-disaster instead of prevention. However, the combination of nature-based solutions na pinopromote po ng DENR with the infrastructure solutions na ginagawa po ng DPWH are the ideal combination po to address the impacts of climate change. Typically po, extreme weather events will cause different impacts on the different surfaces of our landscape and our forests po. So what the DENR is doing now po is actually valuing and inventorying the services that the forest covers, for example, provide in terms of preventing soil erosion that could lead to the siltation of our rivers and waterways that would eventually contribute to flooding. Secondly po, in fact, if there is adequate ground cover and forest cover, flood prevention will actually happen. So to your point po, Honorable Congressman, the combination of nature-based and the infrastructure programs po are the ideal combination at this point because of our current state of urbanization. Prevention po ang pakay ng DENR, hindi lang po sana response. So ito po yung bagong mission po ng department. Thank you po.
Okay. Next question, Mr. Chair, tungkol naman sa mga reclamation projects. Since maraming mga reclamation projects sa ating bansa, yung nakakatanggap ng iba't ibang mga concerns galing sa maraming sectors, lalo na yung mga apektado dun sa areas nila, yung mga settlers, yung mga mangingisda, yung mga poor communities. And also yung effect din ng iba't ibang mga reclamation projects dun sa ating environment. Kaya yung tanong ko po, Mr. Chair, ano yung paraan ng ating DENR para i-check yung ganitong mga proyekto bago matuloy at maaprubahan yung mga iyon?
Thank you, Honorable Congressman. We will request our USEC for Field Operations, USEC Kuna, to answer that. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair. Ang sa DENR po, dumadaan po dalawa po na proseso. Unang-una po, with regard to reclamation projects, of course, first sa Philippine Reclamation Authority po muna sila. Pagdating po sa amin, there's a application for an area clearance. Basically, a team from the DENR will assess the proposed area for reclamation to determine the suitability of the area for reclamation. Isa pong bahagi ng area clearance ay ang pagkuha naman ng Environmental Compliance Certificate. So yung ECC po, doon po sa bahaging yon, magkakaroon po ng public consultation of the affected communities in the area. So yun po, Mr. Chair, doon po magkakaroon ng pagkakataon na ang iba't ibang stakeholders iimbitahin po to give their comments and to hear the proposed plan regarding the reclamation project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Mungkahin natin doon, Mr. Chair, ay mas paigtingin pa natin yung ating consultative processes pagdating sa mga reclamation projects para matiyak na na-incorporate talaga yung opinions, lalong-lalo na nung mga maapektuhang komunidad, no, ng ganito mga proyekto. Sunod, Mr. Chair, ay tungkol naman sa waste-to-energy programs. Sa ngayon ba ay merong mga items under the budget of DENR na connected sa mga waste-to-energy programs?
Madam Chair, waste-to-energy programs is the question.
Thank you, Honorable Congressman. We do not have any waste-to-energy projects now in our budget. Thank you.
Okay. Sa ngayon po ba ay meron ding mga pending requests or mga applications for waste-to-energy programs na dumadaan sa ating departamento?
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. May I turn over to Yusek Jonas? Leones.
Yusek, you're recognized.
For the information of the Honorable Congressman, meron po tayong proposal na para sa project po ng waste to energy. Ito po yung sa Davao Local Government Unit. Ito po ay nai-propose dahil po nagkaroon ng isang project, ang Foreign Assisted Projects, funded by JICA. Kinarakterize po yung mga waste Region 11. At ang second phase po nito ay magkaroon ng, based sa pag-aaral, magkaroon ng waste to energy project. Ang information po natin dito, noong nakarang administrasyon, mahal na Congressman, na-endorse po ito para po mai-submit at pag-aralan ng NEDA. Pero kung ngayon po sa bagong administrasyon, ito pong proposal na ito ay binigay uli sa DENR para pag-aralan uli kung ito po ay naka-align sa 8-point agenda at directive ng ating Pangulo. Sa ngayon po ay nakikipag-ugnayan po kami sa lokal na pamahalaan ng Davao, sa Department of Energy at sa iba pang mga ahensya kung paano po natin masasagot ang mga maaaring katanungan kung dumaan po tayo sa proseso ng NEDA ICC. Sa ngayon po, nandun po kami sa stage na yon, pero sa ating po, kagaya po nasabi ng ating kalihim, wala po tayong budget para dun sa waste-to-energy project.
Okay.
So,
May I remind the environment DNR team to address your answers to the chair.
Yeah. So, ibig sabihin for 2023 sa ating National Expenditure Program ay hindi pa ito popondohan, Mr. Chair.
Tama po kayo, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Sunod naman ay tungkol sa forest and watershed management ng ating DNR. Dahil makakatanggap ito ng nasa 4.421 billion pesos na malaking share dun sa kanyang funds. Kaya mag-imply ito ng increased efforts to ensure the welfare of forests and watershed lands. Pero tungkol naman dun sa targets, dito tayo merong napansin. Kasi from a target of 12% increased forest cover by the end of 2022, ay nag-adjust yung ating target to just 3% by the end of 2028. So gusto din nating makahingi ng paliwanag mula sa DENR.
Thank you, Honorable Congressman. Mr. Chair, if I may refer that to Yusek Leones, please.
Tama po kayo, Mr. Chair. May mga pagbabago po sa ating target. Ito po kasi nung nakaraang mga pag-aaral natin sa ating Philippine Development Plan during the last administration, may mga targets po tayo. Kaya lang, gusto po natin ngayon sa bagong administrasyon na pag-aaralan yung mga sistema natin kung paano natin mapapabuti yung strategiya natin sa National Greening Program. Kung mapapansin nyo, itong nakarang implementation, nakafocus po tayo sa people's organization. So, ginagawa po natin, titingnan natin kung paano po magiging epektibo yung pag-rehabilitate ng ating mga forests. At the same time, we can help the communities residing therein para po magkaroon ng mga livelihood. Ito po yung mga bagong strategiya na pinag-aaralan natin. Kung bakit po ang ginawa natin, binaba po na natin muna yung target para masigurado natin yung survival ng ating plantations. Kasi po, lagi po sa ating mga deliberations, mga nakaraang panahon, talagang ang nagiging problema po natin ay yung survival rate. So kung kaya po ito yung tinitingnan nating kalihim, tayo po ay makikipag-ugnayan sa mga siyentipiko, sa mga academic institutions, kung paano natin mapabuti yung ating pag-implement ng National Greening Program. Kaya ito po medyo bumaba po muna, but rest assured na sa mga susunod na panahon, kung maayos na po natin ang sistema, medyo bibilisan na po natin yung pag-implement ng National Greening Program. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Sunod na katanungan sa ating Department of Environment and Natural Resources ay tungkol naman sa ating mga environmental defenders. Given na based sa Global Witness Report ng 2021, yung Pilipinas, siya yung may third highest number ng recorded deaths ng mga land and environment advocates. At bagamat naintindihan natin yung mandato ng ating departamento, pero given na meron pang mga gaps na dun sa paano natin na papangalagaan yung welfare, yung buhay mismo na ating mga environmental defenders, naniniwala tayo na meron ding role to play yung ating DENR. Tapos, isa din tayo sa may highest deaths per capita in the whole world sa ganong category. Kaya, yung tanong po natin, ano yung mga mekanismo na pwedeng ma-avail ng ating mga environmental defenders to ensure their safety and security?
Thank you very
Madam
much,
Secretary.
Honorable Congressman. Mr. Chair, may I refer this to Yusek Michkuna for his reply.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Ang ginagawa po natin ngayon ay pinatitibay po natin ng ugnayan with the main enforcement agencies. Sa ngayon po, at least sa amin po, sa loob ng DENR, may kakulangan po tayo sa ating mga forest protection officers. Each foreign protection officer, probably ang ratio po, 1 is to mga 4,000 hectares ang kailangan po niyang bantayan or to patrol 4,000 hectares. So it's kind of difficult. Kaya ang ginagawa po namin, aside from strengthening our partnerships with the enforcement agencies, pati yung mga communities in the area po, nagde-deputize po tayo ng mga tao para makatulong sa atin. Doon po sa isang katanungan po ninyo regarding the how do we help protect the environmental defenders. Well, yun nga, kasama po ang mga enforcement agencies. Ang mga tao po namin and the forest protection officers that we deputize, pinag-aralan na po namin kasing to arm them sana, magkaroon. Of course, with the proper training. Ang nagiging problema po natin, base po sa pag-aaral ng Forest Management Bureau, ay kung para sa atin po na nandirito, na I'm sure may mga firearms po kayo, may mga test po tayo na kailangan, we have to undergo yung mga neurological tests sa PNP to get a license for firearms. And yung mga forest protection officers po natin na iba, medyo mabababa po ang mga salary grade yan, medyo mahirapan po to undergo this. So that's why ang napag-usapan po namin, kasama ang ating kalihim, na to strengthen further, to make it more permanent yung aming coordination and cooperation with the enforcement agencies, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Now, meron din tayong mga in-explore na means, lalo na sa ating batas, no? Paano pa mas-strengthen or kung kailangan mag-introduce ng mga batas para ma-institutionalize yung pangangalaga sa environmental defenders. We hope that the department would be willing, through its liaison offices, to discuss that.
Thank you, Honorable Congressman. Mr. Chair, if I may recognize Yusek Adobo to respond to that, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Secretary, you are recognized.
Yeah, idagdag ko lang po sa unang nasabi ng Undersecretary Cuna. We put in place kasi para nakita ninyo, biruin nyo, isang forest ranger per 4,000 hectares. No? Masyado siyang, hindi niya kakayanin. So, actually in place ang tinatawag natin na multi-sectoral.
Yes, Secretary, can you lift up your microphone? Yeah.
Multi-sectoral Forest Protection Council. No? This is done per municipality. No? Na-augment natin yung number of people that protects the forest. Involve natin ang LGU. At lahat na kasapi doon sa Multi-Sectoral Council. So, isa yan, nabanggit na kanina yung mga iba pang ginagawa ng departamento. Salamat po.
Okay. Final question sa DNR. Ito naman, given na magiging long-term yung ating pag-address dun sa climate crisis, kaya mahalaga din na yung ating mga kabataan ay nabibigyan natin ng tamang edukasyon dun sa impacts at ano yung mga dapat gawin. So, ano din yung initiatives ng department to ensure climate education in various aspects?
Thank you very much, Honorable Congressman, Mr. Chair. It is the purpose of the department at this point to actually begin to build a strategic communication program and education program for all the different stakeholders, including the youth po. We mentioned this po quite sometime in the cabinet as well, how we might be able to work with the Department of Education to include climate education, disaster risk reduction into the basic education curriculum po ng ating mga eskwelahan. So this is part of our priority po in terms of a strategic communication education program. Ngayon po, napalawakan po ang education and awareness as well as the participation po of the different age groups dito po sa climate change adaptation and mitigation. If I may turn over to Yusek Anate po in terms of the programs existing for climate change education dito po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. For the information of my esteemed colleague, the protection of the environment is paramount for people in Palawan. That's why the suggestion of our esteemed colleague was already implemented years back by the LGUs providing firearms to our forest rangers. But as Yusik Adobo has explained, it's difficult to get a firearm license, but we did. We were able to get 100 firearm license, but 100 firearm licenses is not enough to guard the vast forest of Palawan. So, yan po ang to my esteemed colleague, the partnership of the LGU and the Department of Environment is very vital. Thank you. And at this point, I'd like to recognize our Deputy Speaker, Aurelio Dong Gonzales, and Deputy Majority Franz Pumarin, and Deputy Minority Leader Bernadette Herrera D., Rep. Salvador Plato, Vice Chair Alan T., Rep. Pelimon Spares, and Deputy Majority Leader and Vice Chair Janet Garin, and Rep. Jenijet Nisay, and Rep. Isidro Lumayag. We now proceed to the next on...
Mr. Chair, I believe may official pa po na magpapatuloy din ng sagot dun sa final question.
Your time is up, I think, Mr. Rep. Manuel.
Yeah, but I believe answers are not included in the time for the interpellation.
Oh,
Yeah.
you want...
May isang final answer na lang po.
Okay. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to
Yusek Ana,
Secretary...
you are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to Secretary Loizaga, the DNR is implementing a behavioral change campaign because we believe that to promote an effective climate action, we have to transform our values and our behaviors, our lifestyles. So aside from, we have a regular radio program, we also have formulated modules, and we also partner with CSOs and private sector to implement this behavior change campaign, Mr. Chair.
Is that it? Okay. Thank you. We now go to the next on the majority. Vice Chair Romy S. Momo Jr. Oh, sorry. Representative Rosana Ria Vergara. Rep. Vergara, please. Ito. Wala ba?
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, Rep.
Mr.
Vergara
Chair?
is joining us via Zoom. Rep. Vergara, you are recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can I be heard?
Yes, please.
Mr. Chair, is my audio clear?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, my question is for the good secretary. I was very encouraged by her opening statement when she said that they would be using scientific and systems-based approach under her leadership. My first question is about quarrying in my province, which has always been an issue, from the inefficient collection of taxes to irresponsible quarrying, where the operators choose to quarry on the side of the river instead of the center of the river. And now we also have the overloading, which is ruining our roads and bridges. And my question, Mr. Chair, to the good secretary is, how much of the department's budget goes to the Enforcement Bureau of the DENR, specifically to the Environmental Law Enforcement and Protection Services?
Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much, Honorable Congresswoman. Allow us just a few minutes to identify the item in the line budget. One moment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam
Yes,
Secretary.
Enforcement.
Regulation and enforcement naman combined.
Madam Congresswoman, Mr. Chair, under the MGB budget, the Mines and Geoscience Program, there are mineral regulation services, and the total amount here is 387,665,000.
Mr. Chair, may I ask how many employees of the DENR are assigned to this bureau, to this part of the DENR Enforcement Bureau?
Thank you very much, Madam Congresswoman. Mr. Chair, may I turn over to Director Mongano to please respond to the question.
Director Montano, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Chair, for the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, our plantilla position is 1,728 for the entire country. That's for the entire country, composed of 15 regions and one central office. And we also have embedded personnel in the CENRO and the PENRO. These are contract of service designed to react immediately to complaints or investigations. And the total number of contract of service assigned to PENROs and CENROs for the entire country is 128. So over the total contract of service plus the plantilla position in the Bureau would be about 1,900, Mr. Chair, Madam Congresswoman. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to ask the good Sir Moncano, is this enough personnel, or do they feel they're understaffed?
Yes, actually, we have requested the Department of Budget and Management because the embedded personnel who are supposed to be the ones that would be in the front line, in the CENROs and the PENROs, these are contract of service. These are not the plantilla position, but we deem that they are very important because the personnel in the regional offices goes only to the provinces and to the municipalities if there are complaints, and it would take about 2 days at least, no, before they can travel. But with this contract of service embedded in the Senros and Penros, they can actually mobilize quickly to answer, to conduct investigation if there are issues or complaints against anything about related to mining and quarrying. Thank you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, do I take it that the 128 Penro and Senro that are under contract of service is enough? They don't need to add, or they'd like to add more?
Yusek, the Director, the question is the number of personnel enough?
Mr. Chair, actually we requested additional personnel, Mr. Chair, but it would be up to the Department of Budget and Management if this request, our request, will be granted. But we this number embedded in the Sendos and Peros are not enough to monitor all of these mining and quarrying operations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Rep. Vergara,
Mr. Chair, may we ask?
they will have to contend now with the lesser number because of the budget reduction.
Yes, Mr. Chair, may I ask how much more they need? Because it is in our power in Congress to determine if this is very important, then we can certainly ask the DBM to reconsider and give them the number of personnel they need. Could we just ask them to submit to our committee how much more they need so that we can request the DBM to reconsider the requirements of the DNR? My
Yes.
next question, Mr. Chair, is about our water supply. I believe part of our water supply problem is due to the lack of up-to-date information on our groundwater level. And during the PowerPoint presentation, I saw that we have 7 ground watering systems installed and 2 ground monitoring systems currently in place. May I know where these 2 ground monitoring systems are and if there are plans to increase the ground monitoring systems, knowing that we are a country composed of over 7,000 islands?
Madam Secretary, location of the groundwater monitors?
Thank you very
Yes,
much,
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Congresswoman and Mr. Chair. Just to answer her last question first, this is definitely not enough, and we are looking into new technologies to actually assist us, in fact, in speeding this up in terms of understanding where our groundwater supplies are, and also in compliance with the directives of the President for achieving water security for the country. If I may, Mr. Chair, I will turn over to NWRB Director Bill David, who will respond directly to the question on the location of this groundwater information. Thank you, sir.
Which user?
Okay.
Director
Director-
William David,
Oh,
sir,
the-
NWRB.
Yes,
Thank
very
you.
recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and of course, with the permission of the Secretary. As far as the groundwater monitoring wells is concerned, Mr. Chair, we have installed this in various water-stressed cities and municipalities of the country, particularly in Iloilo City and vicinities. We have also installed some in Cagayan de Oro, in Angeles City, Mr. Chair, in Cavite, and in Bacolod, and in Bohol, Bohol Province, particularly the areas in Panglao and Tagbilaran, Mr. Chair, as well as in the vicinity of Cebu City, Mr. Chair.
Rep. Vergara, the
Yes,
answer.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. Those are the 7 ground watering systems. I'd like to know, Mr. Chair, they mentioned in their PowerPoint, I saw they have 2 ground monitoring systems, which will actually be addressing what our good secretary said, that this will be a scientific and systems-based approach. So I'd like to know where those 2 ground monitoring systems are placed.
Yes, the 2 major ones. Where is it? Director?
Yeah, actually, Mr. Chair, these cities I mentioned, they have already existing groundwater monitoring system, Mr. Chair, or monitoring well.
So,
The,
which two cities po, sir?
the ones proposed in your budget
Yeah,
for the two monitors, where should it be, where will it be located? That's the question. Because we know there are already underground water monitors in Cebu City. Cebu City is badly in need of fresh water. And the groundwater from Cebu is already salty, brackish at that, for the information of everyone. I am from there, and I know exactly what's happening in that city.
Yeah. Yung target?
Cebuano ko eh.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this will be situated in Masbate and Laguna, and as well as in Batangas, Mr. Chair.
So the two new ones that are proposed is in Masbate and Batangas.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Does that answer your question, Rep. Vergara?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would just like to ask Mr. Chair if they can submit to the committee their long-term plans for installing more ground monitoring systems and in the next 5 years, Mr. Chair. They don't have to answer now if you could just request to submit it to the committee. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this opportunity and good morning.
Thank you, Rep. Vergara.
Mr. Chair.
In addition to the questions and the representation of Rep. Vergara, this chair acknowledges that the need for underground water monitors is paramount. There are already so many land subsidence areas, which I personally witnessed occurring in different cities where there are prevalent deep wells. Most of our water districts are dependent on deep wells, and the shift to this shift for surface water utilization is very slow. So this is my observation in addition to Rep. Vergara's questioning. Thank you very much. And if there's no other rejoin there, we will now...
Mr. Chair, may
yes,
I just
please.
add to the response of Director David and to your comment?
Yes, Madam
Sorry.
Secretary. Please go ahead.
Just to respond also directly to the Honorable Congresswoman's comments. The groundwater monitoring systems that we aim to actually install and strategically plan for need to be linked to the National Greening Program and the reforestation of our areas, because in fact these are the ones that will help us recharge those groundwater tables. And so in the approach of the department, this will be a holistic systems-based approach. So from ridge to reef, we will be looking at, in fact, the sources of groundwater as well as surface water supply. And we are now prioritizing a water security roadmap in response to the Congresswoman's request. Certainly, there will be a milestone setting for groundwater monitoring for the country as part of that roadmap. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
In addition to Madam Secretary, the Chair is also aware, and for the information of everyone, the shift to surface water use and development is very slow. So we would like to request the Department of Environment and Natural Resources to hasten up the issuances of licenses for the utilization of surface water. After all, surface water is paramount. It is priority. Its priority use is for domestic, and the second only is irrigation. So if there are applications for water permits for surface water utilization with water treatment plants, I would kindly suggest to the Honorable Secretary to please move with dispatch so that our water security will be further enhanced. Thank you very much.
This is well noted, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Next on the minority would be Majority Leader Bernadette Herrera.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very
Bernadette
much, Mr. Chair.
Kung Herrera, you are recognized.
Thank you. Magandang umaga po sa DNR family, Secretary Yulo Lizaga. Good morning po. Medyo favorite question ko po ito sa DNR and I'd like to get some clarification kasi hindi po laging nababalik sa amin. Aside from the 1.2 billion na pondo nyo, you get automatic appropriations from the earmarked revenues. Like for this year, you'll be getting 85 million from the share of the national wealth from the Philippine Mining Act. May I know ano po yung activities under that 85 million? And how do you differentiate ano yung ilalagay sa GAA, ano yung kukunin dito sa earmarked revenues?
Thank you very much, Honorable Congresswoman. Mr. Chair, if I may refer to Director Moncano, the Mines and Geoscience Bureau. Thank you po.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair. Actually, this share from the royalty or from mineral reservation is used for the exploration and assessment of potential areas that can be declared as mineral reservation areas. The reason for this project is that if we have declared or proclaimed mineral reservation areas, the government gets additional 5% mineral royalty. And this 5% additional royalty based on the value of the minerals is an addition to the excise tax that the government gets. So it's additional. It's an additional revenue for government. And from this mineral royalty, 10% of that is supposed to be for MGB to further conduct exploration and identification of mineral reservation areas, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, bakit kayo laging 85 million lang? You have 1.4 billion balance. Sayang po ito. Like you said, it contributes to the income of the national government. But why are we limiting it between 80 to 85 million lang ang ginagamit natin taon-taon? Whereas if it could help us, why not maximize that 1.4 billion, Madam Secretary? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, actually, Mr. Chair, that's also our question to the Department of Budget and Management because the Mining Act provides for a 10% share of MGB, but that's what DBM is giving to us, no? And in fact, we have a collectible of over 1 billion pesos as part of that share that were not given to MGB. But we have to just follow what DBM would give to the agency. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, through you, na-utilize mo ba yung buo every year? Are you able to utilize that through you, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair, actually kulang-kulang pa, Mr. Chair. Our offshore exploration for West Philippine Sea and Binham Philippine Rice actually needs much more than budget, but we are limited with this 85 million that is allotted to us. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, para lang po to put on record, para alam din na yung Madam Secretary, every time po I ask this sa DBM, and they always tell us, if within the year, maubos mo yan, your utilization is separate from the utilization of the department. So meaning, you can request again from DBM within the year. So hindi nila hindi nila iaasa. Kumbaga, titignan kasi yung utilization rate nyo eh. So sabihin, hindi kayo pwedeng bigyan. Pero this item is separate and distinct from the budget of DNR. So hindi po nila pwedeng tignan yung absorptive capacity nyo doon. So if nauubos po ito, then you can request anytime within the year. Yan po ang sagot sa akin ng DBM. So maybe that's something that MGB and Madam Secretary you can look at. So we can continuously make use of this funds. 1.4 billion po ito. It can help our country. Lalo na po ngayon, we badly need income. So maybe you can take a look at this. Pag nauubos na, you can request again. Pag hindi po nagbigay ang DBM, sabihan niyo po ako. Because this is on record during all our question and answer dito po sa plenary.
Thank you very much, Madam Congresswoman. This is well noted, and we will certainly discuss this po with MGB as well as with the DBM for the possibilities po. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you.
Thank you,
another
Mr.
thing,
Chair.
Mr. Chair, through you. In addition, Madam Secretary, I don't know if you're aware na yung meron tayong 1.4 billion unused appropriations sa Office of the Secretary in 2021. 660 was unreleased appropriations and 750 million were unobligated allotments. Bakit po kaya, ano po ang dahilan kung bakit hindi ito nagamit, ba't hindi na-release? Ano po yung mga projects na naapektuhan po dito?
Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will turn over to Yusek Anate for this response.
Yusek Te, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For 2021, actually the total amount represents, number one, the for later release appropriations that were not approved by the Office of the President. Second, there were also some savings generated due to early and optional retirement, which we have also reverted back. But there are also some amounts which were unobligated due to the activities for Manila Bay, which were reprogrammed. Also for some failure of bidding in the procurement of equipments, and some activities that were not conducted, particularly the trainings and workshops due to the conduct of virtual workshops. And the rest, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, represent the aggregate savings generated from various offices because of the limited field monitoring and evaluation activities due to pandemic, Mr. Chair.
Ano pong status ito? Up to now, hindi pa rin siya nagbabago from the 1.4 billion? It hasn't changed as of June 30?
Madam, Mr. Chair, if I may, some amount, Madam Chair, especially those that are cash-based have already been reported. The rest, there were some amount that were carried over for 2022 budget implementation, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, through you, parang sa 2020 at 2021, gano'n ang nangyari eh. Isang 1.1, isang 1.4. Paano kaya natin maiiwasan yan for 2023? Siyempre, you have to understand as you're in Congress, if you don't use your budget, then what's the point of giving you continuous budget if lagi naman siyang remains unreleased and obligated? So anong balak natin for 2023 para maiwasan po ito?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. One, we need to improve our procurement planning so that we can actually utilize and obligate our resources properly. Second, we have to also improve our work and financial planning system so that we can properly program the activities that have to be conducted, and therefore avoid unimplemented activities and also delayed in the procurement of our necessary capital outlay requirement now, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I certainly look forward to that, Madam Secretary, para hindi naman po tayo babalik ulit dito with a lot of unobligated and unreleased appropriations. I hope we could count on you as the new Secretary po to do this.
Mr. Chair, yes, Madam Congresswoman, we will be in fact conducting an evaluation of our processes in order to make sure that there is efficient use of resources. And that will be one of the priorities po of this administration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much din po. Pwede pong humingi na lang through you, Mr. Chair, ng listahan ng mga hindi nagamit, yung mga unreleased appropriations so that we just have a monitoring, both for 2020 and 2021. What are the programs affected by it? I hope that the department can just submit the details to us.
Yes, thank you very much. We will do so, Honorable Chairwoman.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Please take note po of your earmarked revenues, ha? Sayang po kasi yun.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
badly need that. Salamat po.
Thank you po.
Thank you. Rep Herrera. Next online is Vice Chair Romeo S. Momo. Rep Momo, you are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Madam Secretary and the DENR family. I am particularly happy having a Secretary of DENR who has a motherload of experience in disaster risk reduction and disaster management. I am very sure that your priority program, Madam Secretary, is on the preservation of our environment. I'm very sure of that because of your experience. And this is also, I think, a presidential directive. And not only that, it's also, I think, your personal advocacy. I myself, Madam Secretary, is at present the co-chairman of the Technical Committee 21 of the Asian Civil Engineering Coordinating Council. This committee is composed of scientists and engineers whose advocacies, among others, is to study the devastating effect of climate change, how to mitigate its impact using science-based solution. At pasasalamat kami, Madam Secretary, na may kakampi kaming sekretaryo sa DENR. Madam Secretary, according to my numbers, I hope this is right, there are only 2,500 forest rangers to guard the country's 14 million hectares of forest land, protected areas. Or roughly about one forest ranger
4,000.
in 5,600 hectares, Madam Secretary. Siguro ito ang dahilan bakit marami pa tayong mga illegal loggers sa ngayon. In fact, Madam Secretary, yung aming lugar, Caraga Region, particularly Surigao del Sur, marami hong instances of timber poaching ng ating mga illegal loggers. So, I don't know why, bakit kukunti lang ang ating forest rangers. Ilan ba talaga ang numbers of forest rangers ninyo ngayon sa inyong plantilla? And how much you are paying your forest rangers, Madam Secretary? I know your forest rangers are medyo delikado yung trabaho nila. Siguro dahil sa kukunting sahod at delikado yung trabaho, and they are not even armed, yung mga illegal loggers, mga armado sa lugar namin. So I don't know what the solution is for DNR to increase the numbers of forest rangers to protect our remaining forest covers, Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, before you answer the question, personal knowledge, talagang totoo po yun. One ranger is to almost 4,000 hectares. It's not really enough. If you only talk about guarding the forest. But poverty being the number one, poverty being the number one reason for forest destruction, you must also try to address the communities around the forest areas. Otherwise, it's a hide and seek. When your ranger is not there, the German citizen, Mr. Steele, will steal our lumber via illegal poaching. German citizen, si Mr. Chenzo po yun, Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you po, Representative Momo. Just for the information of the committee and the commission, we are, in fact, going to be improving our capacity, not just on increasing number of personnel that will be able, in fact, to protect our forests, but also the use of new technologies such as remote sensing po, the use of different types of drones with software to actually begin to patrol larger areas, larger swaths of the forest areas that we have. We are now considering a range of technologies to, in fact, augment the ground-based observation and activities na nagagawa po ng ating mga forest rangers. Just po, before I turn over to the Director of the Forest Management Bureau, we have a total po, as of this point, of about 835 forest protection officers and forest guards, only about 652, far too few for the 15 million forest land classification hectares po ng ating bansa. So I agree fully po with your point, and I will turn over to the Director of the Forest Management Bureau po, and we hope for your support both on this particular issue as well as the issue raised by the Mines and Geoscience Bureau on the protection of our landscapes as well. If I may turn over to Director Po.
Yusik Domingo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you po sa tanong po ng ating mahal na congressman. Tama po kayo, konti po ng ating mga forest ranger kumpara po sa binabantayan nating mga kagubatan. So, at hindi lang po yun, ang ating mga forest ranger po ay mga tumatanda na po, no? So, kailangan na po natin talagang mag-strengthen natin or mag-hire ng mga capable na mga forest ranger, and we are studying po ang mga possibilities po sa amin sa DENR to strengthen po yung ating forest protection. And we are really proposing po na magkaroon ng additional, no, na budget, no, maibigay para makapag-hire, no, additional position and additional budget para makapag-hire kami ng mga bagong forest rangers na pwede po natin magamit. Dahil ngayon po ay ino-augment po yung ating mga forest rangers na mga forest protection officers na mga contractual po ang kanilang status sa aming departamento. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, magkano ba ang monthly sa anong salary grade ba ang forest ranger?
Mr. Chair, ang salary grade po ng forest ranger is salary grade 4. Ang qualification po niyan ay high school graduate, pwede na pong mag-hire ng forest ranger. Yung ating mga forest protection officers po, nag-hire tayo, mga contractual, 8,500 per month po ang ating sinisweldo sa mga yan. Mr. Chair.
8,500
pesos opo.
per month.
Yes, sir.
Yusik mo.
Sa inyong plantilya, ilan ho ba ang nandoon sa ngayon?
I'm serious, Mr. Chair.
Ilan ho ang nasa plantilya ng DNR?
For forest ranger po.
For forest ranger,
Yeah.
and forest guards and all others that is involved in protecting our forest cover.
Yes po, as of our data, as of May 31, 2021 po, ang ating pong plantilla position for forest ranger is 2,403.
2,403.
Pero ang field up po niyan ay meron po tayong unfilled, no, na 144 na forest rangers.
Unfilled yun?
Unfilled po yun.
Oh.
Tapos meron po tayo, as the Secretary said earlier, meron po tayong 1,139 forest protection officers. Ito po yung sinasabi po namin na mga contractual na hinahire po natin yearly. And we also have forest guards, no? Ito yung mga bantay gubat, numbering about 652, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, this representation will surely support if DNR will request additional allocation for the forest guards and all other that protects our forest cover, Mr. Chairman. My next question is on the Dolomite Beach. I don't know if I think you know that on the Dolomite Beach in Manila Bay, there are 3 major outfalls of the drainage system in Metro Manila. Yung drainage outfalls na yan ay malalaki po at yung kahit 10-wheeler trucks pwedeng dumaan sa ilalim ng mga drainage system na yan. And I was informed by the Department of Public Works and Highways that it was closed, no? I don't know for what purpose, but probably because it will directly discharge to the Dolomite Beach. Because it was closed, there is a backflow of water. No? Ito ho ang dahilan ng baha actually in the areas of Manila. So, is there any solution being crafted by DNR to solve this problem?
Thank you very much, Representative Momo. Mr. Chair, if I may, I would like to call Yusek Jonas Leones to answer this question.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Just want to correct the information of the Honorable Congressman, Mr. Chair. Kung mapansin niyo po, nung unang nagbaha sa Metro Manila, totoo po yun na naisarado po natin because ang priority po talaga natin noon ay talagang i-rehabilitate po yung Manila Bay. But dahil po sa baha, nakapagkaroon po tayo ng meeting with the local government units, MMD and DPWH. Itong huling baha po, binuksan na po natin lahat ng outfall. Ito po ay na-issue sa periodiko na talagang kala nila isinarado, but based dun sa findings po ng DPWH at kinorek po nila yung information, talaga pong nakabukas po yon. Talagang malakas lang po, Mr. Chair, yung ulan na yon. But ang findings po namin, Mr. Chair, bumahaman pero nag-subside naman po ang baha sa Metro Manila. So sa ngayon po, ang kailangan na lang po natin ay matapos yung ating flood control project doon with DPWH. Nandun na po yung mga materyales, yung mga pump, kung saan po hihilahin yung mga baha para po maidala doon sa water sa Manila Bay para po maiwasan na po yung pagbaha dito sa Metro Manila. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's good to hear that information. But my question again is, what effect it would bring to your Dolomite Beach if it will directly discharge to the beach?
Salamat po sa inyong katanungan. Kung mapansin niyo po, ang ginawa po natin doon, inaayos po natin with DPWH yung ating pong tatlong outfalls. Ang balak po natin doon, lalagyan po natin ng HDPE pipe, nakakonekta po doon sa outfall. 300 meters po yun. Ang mangyayari po doon, kung malakas po yung ulan. So lahat po ng flood water, doon po dadaan sa outfall, palabas po ng 400 meters sa HDPE pipe. Kung wala naman pong ulan, hindi po magagamit yung HDPE pipe. Lahat po ng dumadaan po sa outfall ay mga untreated wastewater. Ito po ay didiretso sa ating STP para po malinis at mapunta po, bago po may discharge sa Manila Bay, treated na po yung wastewater na yun.
Thank you.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Sekmo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last one. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I would like to manifest the gratitude of the provincial government of Surigao del Sur, Madam Chairman, headed by the provincial governor, for the successful implementation of your task force, Madam Chairman. It is located along the southern municipalities of Surigao del Sur, particularly Lianga and San Agustin. Ito ho ay lugar kung saan nanggaling po or tumubo yung magkuno po, magkuno. The very rare species of wood na hardwood. And there is really a massive illegal cutting of this dahil medyo mahal ho ito. So ngayon po, I have been advocating already for the last many months that this will be stopped because this is a very rare species. Now, I am very thankful to your officers in the region as well as headed by Director Tamayo. I hope he's here. And the rest of the regions and Dipendro for having put up this task force, Madam Chairman. And there is really a tremendous decrease of illegal logging activities, particularly magkuno. Kasi ho, ang magkuno ay talagang very rare yan. At dapat, I think it's a very protected species of wood, di ba, Madam Chairman? So, papasalamat ho kami na ganun. Dahil ito ho ay syndicated already. Mga sindikato na ho yung gumagawa ng illegal logging na to. So, at least not bumaba ho. That's not totally stopped, but it was reduced.
Mr. Gliones, you might answer the last question.
And then also, I would like to commend also your PINRO and your regional director, Madam Chairman, because for the longest time we are requesting really the transfer of one of your SINRO in the northern part of Surigao del Sur, which is the cause of the problem, not a solution. At ngayon, Madam Chairman, nalipat na yan, and I hope hindi na niyo maibalik sa Surigao del Sur dahil masyadong problema namin yon. Salamat po, Madam Chairman, Mr. Chairman and Madam Secretary. Salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Rep. Momo. Yusek, do you have a response to the last statement? No? Okay, so point well taken. We now go to the next on the minority. It's Rep. Marisa Maxino. Are you here? Huh? Nawala. Okay, so we'll go to the next independent minority. Rep. Edsel Lagman. Are you on Zoom? I believe he's on Zoom. Are you still there? Huh? Nasa Nograles Hall. So we'll just skip and then we go now to the majority. Rep. Solomon Chonggalao. Rep. Chonggalao, are you here? Yes, sir. You're recognized.
And I greet the DENR family headed by the beautiful secretary. I'll go straight to my concern na marami, but I will concentrate only on one, on the forest management program that is, I think, financed by JICA. I understand, Secretary, that there are only 5 provinces chosen. One is by province of Ifugao, the only province in the Cordillera. And the reason for that is Ifugao is the entire watershed of Bagat Dam. In fact, Bagat Dam is in Ifugao, is not in Isabela. Now, we need those projects under the FMP. I understand that all the project of the forest management program in Ifugao now were finished, completed before the time that they were given. But previous to my return to Congress, there is a 400 million fund for Ifugao that was transferred to Iloilo. Ngayon, we finish a lot of this project in Ifugao. Nandito yung order ko sana, pero the Mayor of Bayoyo is here. They have proposals under the FMP. Now, we would like sana na if there is a saving under your program, may bigay sa Mayoyaw or sa Ifugao. Kasi we need this project, this is very vital for the forest management of Ifugao because kung hindi, kawawa naman ng Magatam, that is the cause of the flooding in Isabela and Cagayan. That's why the project under the forest management program is important because all the waters of Bagat comes from Ifugao. So we need these programs. There are, I think, 3 proposals that are submitted to your office. I think with the previous secretary. Now, Madam Secretary, sino ang point person ninyo para I can direct the Mayor of Bayoyaw, he is here now, para siyang mag-follow up mga proposal nila. Thank you.
Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much, Honorable Congresswoman. Please, if we may, we would like to direct your proposal and for possible consideration under USEC Jonas Leones and the Director of the FMB. We will take consideration po of and receive your proposal so that we may work on this with you. Thank you po.
I hope lang malaki yung pundo nawala sa amin. That was before I came back in the 18th Congress. Ngayon, all the projects of the FMB in my province are almost completed before the timetable given. Ngayon, kailangan namin yun mapalik, especially one bridge that will connect Magatawa to Tulaw. That's why the governor was supposed to be here, if not for the exit conference with COA. Kasi kailangan namin yan para naman matulungan yung mga neighbors namin. Kasi Magatis hindi po the The contribution sa Pilano hindi po kaya nga napili na diya kang ipugaw eh. We are declared as an entire watershed for Bagat. Kaya we need these programs, and these programs would in fact benefit the people para na matutulog sila sa deforestation natin. Kasi if they will do that, especially na alam ni Director Podlo yan, kawawa naman ang mga tao, kawawa naman ang mga neighbors namin. In fact, I think one of the project under that program, the lift which is supposed to be inaugurated next week. So we need some more of this. Malaki naman yung 400 na nawala sa amin eh. If you can return that kahit kalahati lang, malaking tulong na yan sa mga sa probinsya. Thank you, Secretary.
All right.
Thank you very much po, Honorable Congressman. We will look into that po and then get back to you immediately. Maraming salamat po, and Mr. Chair as well. Thank you, sir.
One more, Secretary. The one in charge with the FMP, meron pang savings. May I ask if there is?
May I direct this to Mr. Chair, to our Director of FMB. Thank you po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, ang FMP po natin, nasa last year na po siya ng implementation. At alam po nyo naman ang good congressman. And I'm happy, sir, to note that you appreciated yung ating project, yung forest management project natin. In fact, isa sa mga model sites po ay nandyan sa Ifugao po. So, we just conducted our assessment last month, and we are happy to report that yung accomplishment po ng ating, especially yung mga POs na involved dyan po ay nabigyan natin ng kabuhayan at the same time ay nakatulong po sa kanilang pangangalaga doon sa ating upper Magat rivers natin na isa sa mga source ng ating water system po. Makakaasa po kayo, Kong, na yung mga lessons learned na nagawa natin dito, mga experiences sa FMP, i-streamline po natin sa programa natin sa susunod po nating mga budget na ipopropose po namin para ito masustain yung ating gains dito po sa FMP. Mr. Chair.
Go. The only reason I'm raising that is my province is that on the lone district, it is a lonely district kasi sa 2017-2018 na zero kami sa budget. Now, if is the home of the restorations, it is declared as the entire watershed for Magat. Kaya kung hindi niyo tulungan kami, di magtanimal ko na lang yung restorations ko ng marijuana. Kaya, we need all of this to uplift the people and to help. Kasi Magat Dam is in Ifugao. All the waters are located in Ifugao. Kapag mag-flood sa Pilangang Cagayan, ang may kasalan na actually is the source of water kami. Most of our forests are denuded. It needs to be reforested. That's why these projects are very important. And I understand na malaki yung nawala sa amin. That's why I'm asking that this program is only up to 2023. So yung savings naman sana, ibigay ninyo sa amin. Kasi yung 400 namin before I came back in the 80th Congress, napunta sa Iloilo. That's honestly what I found out. Kaya yung savings sana ngayon na mga other provinces, ibigay ninyo na sa amin. Total, we are prosecuting the project under this program even before the final date. Kaya, bilang So I can refer the Mayor Secretary to...
I'm Forester Management Director, Parian po.
Opo, friendly
Mr. Chair.
reminder, that was the last question. You said, Director, you may
Thank you,
reply.
Chairman.
Okay. Before our lunch break, we will ask the last interpellator, Representative Arlen Brosas, to mind the time because the panelists in front of us are also hungry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mind the time talaga, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, ang tanong ko po ay dalawa.
Kain na muna tayo.
Yes, so kaugnay po sa Aboitiz Power, which operates the 340 megawatts Therma Visayas Incorporated o TVI sa Barangay Bato, Toledo City, Cebu. Ito po ay coal-fired power plant that has been in operation since April 2019. Nakapag-secure ba ng environmental compliance certificate ang TVI dito?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Congresswoman. Mr. Chair, if I may refer this to Director Cuñado of the EMB po.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair. There is an ECC issued to that power plant in Aboitiz in Toledo. We have issued already, Madam Honorable Congressman, woman.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Nabanggit din po ng Regional Director ng DENR EMB, Region 7, na si Maribel Munsayak, na great partner daw ng ang TVI sa pagpapahusay ng air quality sa lugar. Pero alam niyo po ba na yung mga residente sa Barangay Bato patuloy na umaangal at nararanasan ng mga residente ang sobrang alikabok dahil ang nagtatakip na lamang sa conveyor ay sako. Nagdulot po ito ng matinding epekto sa kalusugan ng mga bata at mga residente. Napupunta rin ang alikabok sa lupa na naging dahilan ng hindi maayos na paglubog ng tubig sa mga sakahan. Namatay ang mga hayop dahil ang mga halaman na kinakain ay puno ng alikabok. Kaya Mr. Chair, ito pa yung tinutukoy natin. Pareho pa tayong tinutukoy na sinasabi na great partner pagdating sa pag-enhance ng air quality. Tapos 4 na beses na po nag-file ang mga residente ng kanilang complaint sa DENR EMB Central Visayas hinggil sa kanilang kalagayan. Ano na po bang ginawa ng DENR EMB Region 7 hinggil dito? April 1 po, last na nag-file ng pang-4 na complaint ang mga residente. Kasunod ng 3, na previous pa. Ano na pong naging tugon ng DENR EMB dito?
Mr. Chair, may I direct Director Cuñado to please respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair. We would like to ask the regional directors of, I believe that the regional directors in Region 7 for the more details and the action that is filed, complaint against by the Aboitiz Power Plant, Madam Secretary, so if you can allow the regional directors in Region 7 to have a details. Anyway, we will have some investigation. I would like to, as a detailed investigation, the procedures that we are going to do, if there are some complaint, we will have immediate investigations on that part, Honorable Congresswoman, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may we be allowed to have the Regional Director respond?
Regional Director, are you here?
I think he's on virtual connection po.
Regional Director, are you on Zoom? Wala man.
Maribel Mansaya, please.
Yes po.
Okay. Rep. Rosas?
So, Mr. Chair, wala ba?
Wala eh. You cannot wait forever.
So, Mr. Chair, missing. So, kailangan pong masagot ako dito. I will really take it up sa plenary, Mr. Chair, itong mga ganitong issues. Lalo na kung hindi kinakansela ng DENR, yung ECC ng TVI, dapat po panagutin natin, halimbawa, kung may mga ganitong paninira sa kalikasan at kalusugan ng mamamayan. Hindi naman po nagkukulang yung mga tao sa pagre-report ng kanilang kasalukuyang kalagayan. And kitang-kita naman po siguro kung i-check ng DENR yung lugar mismo kung saan naroon yung planta na ito. Mr. Chair, on my next topic po, ito po ay on the climate change expenditures. Around 13.4 billion worth of climate change expenditures are in the form of SPF, Special Purpose Funds. Tama po ba? Ano po ang details nito?
Madam Secretary, details on the expenditure on climate change.
Thank you very much, Madam Congresswoman and Mr. Chair. May I turn over to Yusek Anate, who heads our Climate Change Service. Thank you po.
Yusik Ana, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I just get the exact details of what you're referring, Mr. Chair?
I think it's 4.32 13.4 billion ang nilagay ninyo, climate change expenditures, tapos naka-SPF. Sino kakausapin ko?
Madam Chair, for the climate change programs, what we undertake, number one, is we conduct vulnerability assessment. We have identified 24 climate vulnerable provinces as priority areas for the conduct of the vulnerability assessment. Second, we also formulate the risk resiliency program for all these provinces and identify investment portfolios so that they can actually identify the needed resources that need to be mobilized, that have to be mobilized to support the investment portfolios formulated. So that's, Madam Chair, basically what composes our climate change programs under the ENRP outcome 3 po.
Mr. Chair, yung 4.32 billion for allocation to local government units, yan yung tsaka 9.08 billion for budgetary support to government corporations. Actually, these are lump sum appropriations. Mr. Chair, hindi ba vulnerable ito to fund misuse and sa climate change expenditure nakalagay na sa forma ng SPF? Di ba climate pork ito? Napakadali pong ipakete ang isang programa para sa kalikasan pero posibleng pork barrel pala at pinagmumula ng korupsyon. Bakit hindi na lang ilipat ang pondo na ito sa regular agencies para sa direktang climate adaptation programs at pag-aangat ng kapasidad ng producers natin na harapin ang climate change? We strongly believe, Mr. Chair, that this 13.4 billion will be put to better use if we channel it to subsidies, halimbawa, to agricultural production, free irrigation, organic farming, and other direct forms of climate adaptation and mitigation programs for the benefit of our agricultural producers who are very vulnerable to the severe effects of climate change. Mr. Chair.
Yun ang question. Asking, bakit hindi na lang ilipat yon, direct use, kaysa hindi naman natin ma-mitigate talaga yung climate change, whether you like it or not, it's coming our way. So, ang question is, bakit na lang hindi ilipat ito sa direct usage, sa irrigation, water supply, and so on and so forth. Yusik, Attorney Te, you're recognized.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We defer to the Department of Budget and Management as to the policy direction regarding the use of this lump sum fund for climate change expenditures. But we will yes, ma'am. It's in the with the DBM, Mr. Chair, as a lump sum fund. But in the case of the cabinet cluster being chaired by the DNR Secretary, we implement a program convergence budgeting. We make sure that the programs and activities of the climate-related agencies would converge and have us identify activities so that we can really create actual impact on the ground. So we have actually been being supported also by DBM along that line. In fact, in the National Budget Circular issued by the DBM, they primarily cited that the program convergence budgeting on climate change be adopted. So if we will have that as a guide, Mr. Chair, we can also properly allocate the resources in that lump sum fund being managed at the national level, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. You can add something because you are very reasonably adept on the climate change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In response po to the Honorable Congresswoman as well, we all know that the risk and vulnerability are local. However, there is a need for an integrated system of policy as well as national to local coherence in the implementation of that policy regarding climate change, adaptation, mitigation, and disaster risk reduction. We would, of course, defer at this point to the DBM in terms of its guidance, but as Yusek Anate has said, in the Cabinet Cluster for Climate Change, Adaptation, Mitigation, Disaster Risk Reduction, there is a specific intent to converge the different resources that are available in each national government agency in order to address both national and local level impacts of climate change po. I think a critical partner here at this point is certainly the Department of Agriculture and the DILG, because in fact, in the local climate change adaptation plans, this is where the local vulnerability and risk is expressed, and the priorities in terms of the budgeting for adaptation, mitigation, disaster risk reduction are also made part of the executive legislative agenda. And so po, we would in fact need the convergence approach towards managing these resources po. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Rep. Rosas,
Yes, Mr.
you
Chair.
have the last question.
Yes, Mr. Chair, follow-up ko lang yon. You're thinking of convergence, ano? Pero walang parameters kailangan ng parameters di sa mga convergence fund, ano? Kasi ano siya, wala kayong nilagay na activities, walang line item. Pwede namang gawin yun Mr. Chair. So, parang etong kaya siya, lump sum siya eh. So, dapat merong ganon. Kung talagang seryoso po tayo, no, na magpatupad ng ganito, ilagay po natin yun sa line items para nakikita ng taong bayan kung saan exactly nakalagay at kung sino yung dapat nating accountable para dito sa mga ganitong pondo. No? Kasi lump sum po siya. Pag tinignan nyo po, no, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair, talagang isang buo at vulnerable po talaga siya sa corruption. Yun po yung inaalala namin, Mr. Chair.
That was the last question,
Yes.
Madam Secretary.
Yes,
For
Mr.
the
Chair.
information of everyone, we're going to have our lunch break at 12:30 and we'll resume at 1:30. So there will be one more interpellation and then we'll go for a lunch break.
May I respond, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Congresswoman and Mr. Chair. We definitely will take note po of your request for the identification of parameters, especially for accountability and transparency on the different possible projects that may be attributed to this fund. I think at this point po, we would also work in close coordination with the DBM, as this is their actual item, that we would hope to be able to contribute our inputs po, both from the national and local level concerns that are brought to the DNR's attention. Thank you very much, Madam Congresswoman. We will work on that po.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Rep. Rosas. The next online is Rep. Roy Loyola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I proceed with my question, I would like to congratulate Madam Maria Antonia Loizaga as our new Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Mr. Chair, Carmona Sanitary Landfill has an area of more than 60 hectares and located in my district. It was established and operated by MMDA in 1993 and closed in March 1998. It was the host of garbage coming from Metro Manila and other nearby municipalities. It received more than 23 million cubic meters of waste, which generated leachate that may contaminate the underground water of Carmona and also the nearby municipality. We have communicated several times with DNR, MMDA for the complete rehabilitation of the area, but still nothing happened. Although there is a partial rehabilitation, they established a leachate pond, but the leachate pond operated only for 1 year. During rainy season, the leachate overflows the leachate pond and goes directly to the river, and the water in the river goes directly to the Laguna de Bay, which is the source of fish for Metro Manila and Calabarzon area. May I know, Mr. Chair, whether there's a budget allocated for the rehabilitation and post-closure activities for landfills, particularly Carmona Sanitary Landfill for the 2023 budget of DNR.
Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Honorable Congressman. Unfortunately po, in the prepared budget, there is no item for the rehabilitation of the Carmona Sanitary Landfill po, or any landfill for that matter po. We were not able to obtain any budget for this. Thank you po.
Mr. Chair, can I have an assurance from the Secretary of DNR that in the 2024 budget, that they will allocate budget for the rehabilitation of the Carmona Sanitary Landfill?
We will certainly put that into consideration, Honorable Congressman, as well as the other sanitary landfills that actually need rehabilitation. This is not a unique experience, as I have heard po from colleagues here at the DNR. And so hopefully there will be a more circular approach to the management of solid waste that will cover even the rehabilitation expenses needed for those established sanitary landfills, sir. So we will certainly put that on our list for the 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It has almost more than 24 years since the landfill was closed and no complete rehabilitation has been done by the DNR. We don't know the extent of damage caused to the underground water. Mr. Chair, one of the most pressing and immediate concern that I personally encountered as a Chief Executive of Carmona, as well as the Chief Executive of many LGU, is the solid waste management. However, I noticed that the budget of the Solid Waste Management Council declined from 798.85 million to 256 million, a variance of 542,400,000. Although the reason behind was already explained by Yusek Kuna, I appeal again that we hope we could increase the budget of the said council because, for your information, majority or many of the LGUs need the support, technical and financial, from this council for the handling of the solid waste management of the different LGU. Mr. Chair, in 2020, the Office of Solid Waste Management Division of the National Solid Waste Management Commission conducted an online meeting with sanitary landfill owners and operator Maria Delia Cristina Valdez, OICM, presented the following data. The Philippines, with a population of over 100 million, is producing 21 million metric tons of garbage every year. The country's weight average per capita generation is 0.4 kilos, or close to half a kilo. Based on the projected 2020 waste generation, the Philippines has produced a total of 21,400,000 plus metric tons of garbage in 2020. Based on the projected 2020 waste generation, Metro Manila produced more than 3 million metric tons of garbage. This is because the estimated weight average per capita in Metro Manila is almost 0.7 kilos per day, almost double of the weight average per capita of the rest of the country. Based on this data, we really have a serious problem on our solid waste. What are the action taken by the department or the commission on this matter? What is the result of or outcome of the action taken, if any?
May I respond, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Congressman, Mr. Chair. I will turn over to Director Cuñado for the response. I know that he has recently been meeting with the operators of sanitary landfills in the country, and he may be able to give us an update on this one. Thank you, Director Cuñado.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair. Regarding the solid waste management, especially for the operation of sanitary landfill, we have a meeting of all, mostly of the operators of the sanitary landfill here in Manila last week. Secretary Madam Secretary witnessed that we have come up some solutions in relations to how we can have a very efficient management of our solid waste. Sanitary landfill is not the ultimate use or solutions of the solid waste management. With in fact, I brought to them, I gave them an idea that we will have to convert this garbage to a residual derived fuel to be used by the cement plant and to the power plant. Imagine you have mentioned that volume that we are generating in Metro Manila. If we can convert that a very good quality of residual derived fuel for the power plant, we can have a circular economy in relations to dollar exportations. Imagine we have, in my computation, our computation, we reach about $90 billion in terms of the importations of the coal. If we can have 100% conversions of this, we have a big money that will be circulated instead, and we have a solution, a final solutions of our garbage, converting it to the fuel. The one thing that we are going to look at here in how we can have a very efficient technology in terms of conversion to garbage into residual derived fuel. For the sanitary landfill, in the operation of sanitary landfill, for the rehabilitations, I believe that is the responsibility of the operator, because that is part of the responsibility on how to operate effectively, efficiently in their sanitary landfill. It is what it was already stipulated in approved environmental compliance certificate that they have to secure the permit to operate, discharge permit to operate in their operations, and especially the leachate discharge, that there will be an efficient waste treatment in their sanitary landfill. So I think, Mr. Chair, this is the long process in the discussions of some of the operators on how to have a long solutions of this sanitary landfill or the garbage problem, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I may just intercede and add a clarification on behalf of the department with the indulgence of the Honorable Congressman, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, we are all aware that there are various technologies to deal with solid waste, and some of these are being tested and are emerging. Some of them have been proven to be environmentally sound. At this point, the department wishes to review the policy in terms of the management and use of sanitary landfills, in terms of managing solid waste. We would like to make this part of a larger picture in terms of addressing the current as well as the future projected challenges that are posed by the way we consume our goods in this particular stage of our development in the country. So we all realize that there is a need to take stock of the current policies and practices, and to also update our knowledge in terms of science-based approaches to actually dealing with solid waste management. So we do not endorse fully any one single technology at this point. We are aware of the current technologies in play, but certainly there is a need to update ourselves and to review, as well as to consider the needs of those, in fact, such as those in Carmona, Mr. Chair and Honorable Congressman, that need the rehabilitation to actually happen. So on that note, Paul, we just need to clarify that we will be reviewing these policies very closely and hope to work with you all, Paul, in terms of improving our response to this growing problem, which does not have any solution at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Secretary, thank you. Rep. Roy, you have 23 seconds for the last question.
May I ask an extension, Mr. Chair?
Please wind up because everyone is waiting for the lunch break.
Anyway, our break will be till 30, Mr. Chair. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
15
Mr. Chair,
seconds.
according to 2019 report by the Senate Economic Planning Office, SEPO, the country's waste generation steadily increased from 37 tons per day in 2012 to 40,000 plus tons in 2016. The CEPO found that the solid waste produced by the Philippine cities are expected to increase by 165% from 77,000 plus tons by 2025. Finally, the CEPO categorically found that the enforcement and compliance with Republic Act number 9003 or the Ecological Waste Management Act remains a daunting task due to technical, political, and financial limitation of concerned agency. And that's the reason why some of the LGU chief executive were charged for failure to comply with this law. Do you agree with these findings of the CEPO, Madam Mr. Chair?
Friendly reminder, time is up.
Mr. Chair, Honorable Congressman, if I may have a copy of that study po, I would be very glad to study it and then revert to you po on agreement or disagreement with the findings. However, I wish to state here that in terms of understanding the generation of solid waste, this is part of a complex system that is linked to the metabolism of the way we develop our cities. The amount of solid waste that is generated really depends on various factors, drivers as well as feedbacks that lead to the generation of these actual materials. Regional and urban planning are at the core of the generation of these types of waste, as well as consumption and manufacturing practices and policies, social behaviors, and the economics of actually our materials recovery and the other ancillary activities, economic activities relating to the processing of solid waste are all part of a complex system that is not a closed loop. When we talk about the circular economy, specifically in terms of plastics in particular, we're not talking about a circle. The circular economy is really a complex system of feedbacks and drivers and root causes that have no closure. There will be materials and practices that will fall away from what seems to be an understanding of a linear circle. That is not the case po. And so when we say what is generated will actually end up here or there is an opportunity to capture, to lose, to transform. And this is where I think the complex issue of solid waste generation needs to be placed in context. Regional and urban planning, consumption, social behaviors, economics of manufacturing, industrial practices are all part of this complex system. We cannot be end of pipe. And at the moment, our sanitary landfills are end of pipe. We need to start at the root, and that takes transformation that is structural and behavioral as well as economic and social po. So I'd be very happy to work with you po on understanding that study a little bit better. But in terms of the science-based approaches, we all know that these are a complex system of systems that are linked to the generation of solid waste. And we need to attack this problem from many different directions, not just from the end of pipe, sir. And I do want to work with you on the Carmona rehabilitation, so if we could have a continuing conversation with you po about this. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Chair,
Madam
I
Secretary.
beg for your kind consideration for a short manifestation.
Your time is up, but one last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to offer 3 specific solutions to be able to implement concrete and immediate solid waste management plan. I hope that the Honorable Secretary in the Department are amenable on this. First, in the field of legislation, we must explore the need to amend the existing provision of Republic Act number 9003 to include a clear and categorical definition of the role of the provincial government units, such as the governors and their corresponding boards in the selection, determination, establishment, and management of final disposal facilities of the cities and provinces under their jurisdiction. Surprisingly, Republic Act number 9003 is silent on the role of the provinces, providing a clear and categorical determination on how provinces can clearly participate in the management of solid waste. And chief among these is the proper designation of final disposal facility to their province. Second, we must also assess introducing amendment or passing and enacting party legislation that examine the possibility of allowing incinerator or burning technologies in these final disposal facilities. Relatively, given the principle of producer's responsibility, we likewise need to explore the role of packaging and allied industries in financing final disposal facilities through public-private partnership. Finally, we need to have a continuity and consistency in the designation of personnel that will be permanently established to craft and implement solid waste management policies in local governments throughout the country. Most environmental roles are given to LGUs without any clear permanence and security of tenure of personnel. This is the first and most immediate step. For city, there's a greater need of having mandatory environment and natural resources office with a permanent department head and mandatory staffing pattern. For first, third-class municipality, a permanent head and optional staff depending on the availability of funds, and at least a municipal environment natural resources officer for 4 to 6 class municipality. Mr. Chair, I respectfully support the budget of the DNR. And if there's a way to increase the budget of DNR, most especially the Solid Waste Management Council, I would be gladly to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
In the interest of time, the DNR can either write or put down in simple terms all the replies and queries of Congressman Loyola. Now we go to the last interpellator. Deputy Majority Leader Marlene Agabas, your
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, my dear colleagues. And to the DNR family, good afternoon, ma'am. And headed by our Secretary Maria Antonia Yolo Loizaga. Thank you very much. With your kind indulgence, alam ko pong medyo gutom na po ang lahat. So, some of my questions were already asked this morning, but my parochial concerns also, with respect to my parochial concerns, they were already addressed by our dear Regional Director, Attorney Crisalde Barcelo, together with the EMB Director, Director Hepe, and MGB Director Gerlan. I would like to thank them because they took time to come to my district office to address some of my parochial concerns. Ma'am, I just would like to follow up the question on the NGP. It started 2011. It's now 2022, so 12 years after. I believe some of the areas had already graduated from the NGP, the National Greening Program. Ma'am, I just would like to know the policy after we graduate from the NGP program. Ano po ba ang sumusunod na doon? Kanino po natin tina-turn over ang mga NGP na graduated na?
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Honorable Congresswoman. Yes, you're right po. A number of the sites have already graduated. And in fact, this should be part of a growing collaboration between the communities, the local government, the private sector, and the CSO sector, as well as academe po. But I'll turn over to you, Sec. Jonas Leones, for the specific policy on the graduated sites. Thank you po.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair. Ang magiging direction po natin doon, Mr. Chair, is that after the 3-year comprehensive site development, wherein we will not be providing funds for the project, ang isa pong gagawin natin, we will be turning over this to the people's organization present in the area. O kung wala mang POs doon, it will be part of our protection, forest protection areas wherein the government will, the DNR will be providing funds para ma-maintain po natin yung mga investments natin sa NGP. Ito po ngayon, at in fact, hindi lang po kayo, Madam, ang nagtanong niyan. This has been the subject of the COA recommendations, wherein we need to assess all our graduated sites and determine what actions we need to ensure our investments in these areas, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, I just would like to make a recommendation. Pwede po ba since I can speak for our district, I had a meeting with some of the mayors, and we are very much interested doon po sa mga graduate na po, na ang LGU po ang mag-proceed. Kasi it is a great potential for livelihood. Pwede ho nilang tamnan ng mga coffee, pwede rin pong tourism. So, para mapakinabangan na rin po, kahit po sa mga Arbor Days, pwede pang doon din sila side nilang pagtamnan yun. So, I think, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chairman, baka pwede po natin tignan yun. Ng LGUs na po natin ngayon, doon din natin sila i-turn over after investing so much. Kasi ang karamihan naman na po ngayon ay puro devolution.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Madam Congresswoman.
Second, Ma'am, I come from the 6th District of Pangasinan, the easternmost part of Pangasinan. We're bounded by the provinces of Benguet, that's in the Cordillera Administrative Region, Nueva Vizcaya Region 2, and also Nueva Ecija and Tarlac Region 3. Ma'am, I would like to request, we have boundary disputes. I've been the Vice Governor of the province of Pangasinan. I've been a 3-term provincial board member. But as to date, wala pa po akong nakikita talaga na ang Sangguniang Pandalawigan, they need guidance. So may I request the Secretary to please, we ask your assistance to please create a technical working group composed of the regional directors, I suppose, of the service operations, and then to be attended also, participated by the NAMRIA, together with the Bureau of Land Management, so that we will be properly assessed and guided by that.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chair, yes, thank you very much, Honorable Congresswoman. We will certainly look into that po, and then we will revert to you with a specific action. We will bring that group together and hope that we may be able to resolve the long-standing boundary dispute po. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. With your kind indulgence, sir.
Last.
I have 2 minutes. Ma'am, our district also cradles the San Roque Dam. With San Roque Dam, it has a vast potential. We have big water there. Fishermen are also fishing in the pre-regulating pond of the San Roque Dam. We have several canals made to cater to the irrigation component of San Roque Dam. But unfortunately, the level of arsenic is very high. So we would like also to ask the assistance of the Secretary that the I suppose it's the MGB, to please assess us to determine what is the cause of the high level of arsenic. And please
Mr. Chair.
also identify where it comes, kasi hindi po namin alam. We are in the lower portion, siguro nanggagaling sa taas. Please assess us with that.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Okay, Madam Chair.
And lastly,
Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I just would like to inform the Madam Secretary that our district is the source of aggregates. Marami pong quarry sa aming pong distrito, doon po nanggagaling dahil sa build. Talaga pong napakarami ng mga quarry. And I appreciate your people in the region. We had a meeting and we're trying our best to put everything in a way, we can contribute in a way to put in proper things that we can. So we would like to ask na sana po tuloy-tuloy po na magtulungan ang LGUs po natin, ang DENR, and rest assured of my support as the congressman of the district na pagtulungan pong may ayos po. So again, Mr. Chairman, to the DENR family, maraming salamat po sa oras na binigay niyo sa akin. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Thank you very much.
May I respond, Mr. Chair?
Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Honorable Congresswoman. We will take all of your comments and suggestions into order, and we will organize the TWG as well, and continue to support you po in your endeavors. So thank you very much for the commendation you gave to the DENR personnel.
Madam Secretary, the Speaker has requested you to...
Sorry.
Are you still there?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, in behalf of the people of the 6th District of Pangasinan, we manifest our support to the budget of the DENR, and if there's a need at the proper time and a proper opportunity, if there's a need to increase the budget, rest assured of the support of the 6th District of Pangasinan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Madam Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay na, Rep. Rosas. Okay. The session suspended for a while. To remind everyone, the Honorable Speaker has requested Secretary to ascend to his office for lunch, and the Undersecretaries in the Speaker's Lounge. And the regional directors, there's a holding room for you in the Andaya Hall. Andaya Hall. So see you after an hour, 1:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sige po. Haba-haba Esteemed colleagues, we resume the budget hearing. Next on the line will be the minority, Rep. Michael Tan. Wala. Okay. Sunod na sa tayo. Rep. Romeo Acop, are you here? Is he in Zoom? Rep. Acop, are you in Zoom? You are recognized.
Present, Mr. Chair, present.
Okay. Okay, please go ahead. Rep. Acop, you have the chair. You have the you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po, Madam Secretary. And congratulations for your appointment as Secretary of the Department of Interior and Natural Resources. I have only a few questions. Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair, may I know the names of my PENRO and the RD of Region 4A of the DENR?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. May I ask Yusek Kuna, please, to identify?
Yes, Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Mr.
Yusek,
Chair,
you are recognized.
the Regional Executive Director of Region 4A is Nilo Tamoria, and the Penro of Rizal is Ramil Limpiada. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, Madam Secretary, has been asked already, but I would like to repeat it. This concerns your unfilled positions insofar as your department is concerned. If I look at the table, your unfilled position has increased from 2020, 2021, and 2022. May I ask your Undersecretary in charge of your budget, when you ask for your personnel services for these positions, where did she or he base the request? Is it based on the actual or the authorized positions, Mr. Chair?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will refer to Yusek Analisate, who has our finance mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Chair, when we request for budget, we request based on the authorized position to be filled up, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if that is the case, then you have a fund of amounting to the salaries and allowances of 2,430 personnel. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I didn't get you, Madam.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The next issue is would pertain to your appropriations, obligations, and disbursements. Could you explain to this representation, Mr. Chair, why your disbursement is lower in percentage than your obligation rate?
Mr. Chair, I will refer that to Yusek Anate.
Madam Secretary, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As of July 31, 2022, Mr. Chair, our percentage of utilization is already 60%, Mr. Chair.
No,
Did you hear that, Rip?
Mr. Chair, I'm referring to year 2021.
Oh.
Kasi po, hindi pa tapos yung 2022.
Oh.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for 2022, 21, we have a total of 1.6 billion pesos unused appropriation, broken down into about 697 million which were unreleased, and
FLR.
about 922 million, Mr. Chair, which were unobligated. And the unobligated allotment is because, number one, there are some savings generated due to the early and optional retirement. There's also a amount due to reprogramming of activities for Manila Bay rehabilitation. There were also some instances of failure of bidding in the procurement of ICT equipment, conduct of capacity buildings which were done virtually, and other activities as a result of limited field monitoring, Mr. Chair.
So,
Thank
is
you.
that the total? Can you inform the Congressman about the total unutilized to date?
To date, sir, the 922 million has already been
Plus?
reduced because some were reverted already, and a portion has been carried over for 2022, Mr. Chair.
That satisfies your question.
Mr. Chair, what I'm asking is the difference between the obligation rate and the disbursement rate. According to the statistics, your obligation rate is ranges from 90 and above. Your disbursement rate range from 76.4% up to 89%. So may I ask why the difference between your obligation rate and your disbursement rate? Ibig sabihin nito, meron pa kayong hindi na-disburse na funds.
Ayun.
Mr. Chair, majority of the reasons why the disbursement is lower than the obligation is because there are some documentary requirements that have yet to be completed to fully support the obligations, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will go to the next issue since I only have a limited time. This will be part of my parochial concern.
That's last
in my
question.
district, we have protected areas, Mr. Chair. The upper Marikina River watershed area. We have the Lunsod Silangan Township area. And these areas were supposed to be protected, but unfortunately, they have been inhabited by so many people already. And I think the influx of people from other places to occupy these areas under the jurisdiction of DENR would not stop. I believe your PENRO and your RED are aware of this occurrence, Mr. Chair.
Madam Secretary, that's the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will refer
Ano pa
this
pong isa, Mr. Chair?
to Yusek Mitchkuna for his reply.
Yusek, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I believe, Mr. Chair, that both the Regional Executive Director and the PENRO are aware of these built-up areas within the protected area, Mr. Chair.
So the PENROS will reply to the kind congressman? Is that what you mean? Would you like your PENRO to write a letter or to visit the congressman to clarify on the occupants of the area under your jurisdiction?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
could we respectfully request for to repeat the question? What is the particular question of the Honorable Congressman?
The question is, there are occupants in the territories that are under your control, and what are you going to do with it? Is that right, Congressman Akop?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that
These are
clarification.
protected areas.
Yes,
Can you-
these are protected areas, Mr. Chair, and we will instruct both the Regional Executive Director and the PENRO to make an inventory of these structures within the protected area. Because as you know, Mr. Chair, in a protected area, there are strict protection zones and there are multiple use zones. So there may be structures within the multiple use zones which are, of course, with the approval of the PAMBI or the Protected Areas Management Board. So we will have to make an inventory of the particular structures that the good congressman is referring to, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I make a manifestation?
Sandali lang, Mr. esteemed colleague, Congressman Acop. The answer to your question is they will do everything with the PENRO and the CENROS to inventory. Kasi yung mga protected areas, merong different use zones. Kaya it's best that we request the regional director or the CENRO and the PENRO to talk directly with the kind congressman. Would that be all right, Congressman Acop?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
May I make now my manifestation?
Your time is up and we are requested to expedite this hearing to end at 2:30. So,
Mr. Chair, I've been here since the start, and I've seen my other colleagues given the extra time to manifest something.
Congressman Acop, I respect your request, but let's just put it on notice that it will be taken up in the second round. Thank you very much. Next on the minority list is Congresswoman Marisa Maxino. Are you here now?
Yes,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Speaker. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. I was here earlier, but I have to juggle from one committee hearing. I would like to specify, of course, everybody knows that preservation of our environment is like a preservation of our lives. And it is the DNR who is very much, the function of this DNR is everyone's protection. I would like to say that on behalf of the LGUs, because I'm with the National Real Estate Association of the Philippines, being the chairwoman and the chair lady of the Board of Advisors, solid waste and hazardous waste management, this has been the problem of most of our LGUs, and they have been squatting, making dump sites on private lands. Many of our landowners are complaining that they have been paying taxes for many years and the dump sites were there 30 years ago, and when they were able to apprehend the LGUs and the barangay captains, they are still the one who are saying, where do we dump our waste? Isn't it the DNR function that they should be providing for the bio-waste shredders and composters, and they should be monitoring this kind of dump sites to be able to avoid the infectious waste management, Madam Secretary.
Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Congresswoman. Yes, indeed, it is the DNR that has the mandate to actually establish and recognize the solid waste management practices and measures that are being undertaken by the LGUs. However, in fact, as we had been discussing earlier, solid waste management is actually everyone's business and not just the DNR. And however, we are trying our best to understand the different types of technologies that may be available to this date, as well as the different approaches that are beginning of pipe and end of pipe, in order for us to be able to manage the waste generation that is currently at present. The idea po that we can manage everything, I think, is something that we need to share with the different representations at this point, because the local government has a very important role to play, as does the community rin po. And if the DNR is able to manage something, it is only because of the close collaboration between the local government officials and the local communities themselves. In terms of the solid waste management practices and the illegal dump sites po, we do have Director Cuñado here from the Environmental Management Bureau, who can explain to you how we actually relate to the different sanitary landfill operators. Yes. However, it is common knowledge po that there are different LGUs who are not able to manage their solid waste problems. and some of them will cooperate with each other and somehow identify a specific site for the disposal of these wastes. The education po on the part of everyone concerned, all the stakeholders in the solid waste management agenda, really has to step up po. And that has to do with understanding the science and how it is actually generated, the economics of it, the behavioral side of it po, and the new technologies that are available in order to actually approach this problem. After perhaps Director Conyado makes a statement on the sanitary landfill interface with the DNR, I'd like to ask you, Sec. Jonas Leones, to also comment on that po, Mr. Chair.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Madam Secretary.
Go ahead, Maxino.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, Mr. Chair. For the facilities that we are providing for the LGA, especially for the biogas composter, we have provided almost 1,212 LGOs for the bio-waste shredders and composters. I think this is almost 90% of the LGO that we have provided. And the next year, 2023, we will provide all the LGOs with these facilities, the remaining one. So I hope if we can have this one operate properly for these bio-waste digesters with these traders, we can dramatically reduce the volume of our biodegradable using this, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I request Yusek Jonas Leones and then Yusek Anate to also explain the resources available for, or not available, for the solid waste management of the
Yes, please.
programs of the DNR. Thank you po.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it true that we agree with you, Mr. Chair, that it is also the responsibility of the DNR to monitor the compliance of the LGUs with respect to the provision of 9003. But as you have mentioned, we are only providing some equipment for the operation of the MRF, like shredders, etc. But the sad note to that, Mr. Chair, is that I remember during the last administration or previous administration, we requested DBM to give us a budget to support the LGU's compliance with the provision of 9003. But the DBM countered us that the DNR lacks the authority based on provision of the law. But nonetheless, they gave us a limited resources. Perhaps if we can if we can request Congress to assist us to augment our funding for the provision of the shredder, it will be good to us. But for the information of the Honorable Congressman, as of now, we have provided a total of 1,212 bio-waste shredders with composters to these LGUs. We have monitored 285 treatment, storage, and disposal facilities, which includes monitoring of infectious waste. So these are, as of date, our accomplishments. And we plan to assist also the local government units in the 445 local government units to finalize their solid waste management plans, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr.
Rep. Maxino.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much for that answer. And I would like to specifically say that I think we have to look on the Batangas area. This is where our developers, our private owners are really coming to our office with all these complaints. I will be setting up another appointment with you, ma'am. And regarding the National Mapping and Resource Information, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that there are a lot of topography that I think needs to be updated because we in the real estate industry, in the housing industry, it's always to have, we're having this kind of problem. And I think updating is one of the concern of most of us in majority. And also regarding the alienable and disposable properties, I think we would like to know exactly how do we define alienable and disposable property, because there's a lot of this that we do not know exactly when this will be transferred to another person, because it seems that this cannot be used for any mineral products, for any development, or this is declared as this can be disposed at any given time. What is the stand of the DNR on those alienable and disposable properties, Madam?
Madam Secretary, please answer the last question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll turn over to Yusek Adobo for his reply.
Thank you.
Mr. Adobo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, ma'am, with your authority. Yes, the only basis in determining where the alienable and disposable part of the land starts is our LC map, and that's the only basis. The entire country is already mapped out. We already have all the LC maps for the entire country. So, and on the question of where the development would be done, I guess the LGUs has that authority also to zone their AOR, and they have different processes. It doesn't change. In fact, once an area is already declared A&D, it would need for Congress, no less, to alter the same. So constant po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you po. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I would
your
like...
time is up,
Yes.
Rep.
I would like to give my support to the DNR for the budget hearing, and we can count on the OFW party list in the housing industry. Thank you so much.
Yes, please. We'll take note on that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next is on the majority. Can we call now on Rep. Mark Go? Are you here? Or present in Zoom? Wala? Okay. Next would be Rep. Edgar Chato. You here? Wala rin. I don't see him. Kaya Zoom, wala. Rep. Edgar Chato. And wala. Huh?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
That's my good friend, Congressman Chato from province of Bohol.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Secretary Eloizaga and the rest of the First District of Bohol and the House of Representatives Committee on Climate Change manifest our very strong support for budget of DENR and its attached agencies and leadership of our good Secretary. And we have full trust and confidence in her appointment as head of this very important department. And let me also manifest that we are more than excited to work closely with Secretary Loizaga as the new secretary, and members of climate change are excited and advocate for climate change, taking the lead with the president's pronouncement, so which gave a very clear direction, giving focus to climate change in policy agenda of national government. This is really the best time more than ever to make the 2023 budget climate change resilient and responsive, and that is very so. In the last Congress, House Resolution 1 was filed and declaring national climate emergency, and I would say that are behind climate change agenda go, and we have a lot of catching up to do. And so the DNR, the Climate Change Commission, and all other government agencies within cluster and have nationally determined contributions to deliverables and national implications on climate change should be afforded much needed resources to allow them to comply with their mandates. And at this point, I would like also to know, right, the DNR, if the DNR budget being proposed sufficient addresses the commitments we have made in relation to the NDCs. We know that there are other allocations also in departments, but right of that the DNR always takes a lead in this regard. On another point, Mr. Chair, I would like also to deal on that specific issues. I am very, very much in agreement with Secretary Aloyzaga when she said, water is everywhere, yet there is nothing to drink. In this regard, I respectfully strengthen the capacity of the National Water Resources Board in terms of manpower and resources to help them implement their mandates in evaluating and regulating water supply sources in the country. Secondly, there is a need to really look at some policy measures, specifically on giving preference to LGUs for private entities in developing and using water resources in respective jurisdictions. If we have to balance interests, it should always be first for the benefit of the water consuming public, which the LGUs are given the mandate to deliver. And this is really a pressing issue in my district now, which I believe we share with many other LGUs in the country. The policy has to be laid out clearly on right applications. Specifically, I'm referring to LGU consultation, which is now just merely by posting, and the NWRB reporting of water sources.
Friendly
The
reminder,
preference between
Tato,
the
your time is
LGUs.
up.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chair, just winding up. We submit also, Mr. Chair, that the local communities should not be prejudiced by the agencies mandated to regulate water in the country because of manpower and technical gaps, because again, of lack of resources. So I support strongly the budget increase of these agencies like NWRB and the DENR. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Kong Chato and Madam Secretary. That was just a manifestation on climate change because Bohol was badly hit by Typhoon Odette. So, as we discussed earlier, your funds for climate change may suggest that we should divert it to direct usage like the NIA and other support agencies so that the funds will be utilized properly. Thank you very much. We now go to the next on the minority list, Rep. Reynolds Michael Tan. Are you here? Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. I am from the province of Samar, from the 2nd District. In Samar po, there is what we call the Samar Island Natural Park. It is a protected area that was declared during the time of then-President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. I am one with the DNR in the protection of the environment. However, we have observed that there are problems with regards also to the proclamation that was done. Because during the time that it was declared, it was not taken into consideration the boundaries with regard to which the Samar Island Natural Park, hindi siya na-delineate ng mabuti. In short, madaming mga munisipyo, yung portion of the municipalities na inhabited na is within the Samar Island Natural Park. And one municipality in my district, specifically the San Jose de Buwan municipality, its entirety is pasok sa Samar Island Natural Park. So, it is also quite limiting para sa mga local government units to develop ng mga infrastructure development kasi pasok siya sa Samar Island Natural Park. I would want to know kung ano po ba dapat yung gagawin or how can DENR help na ma-assist yung mga LGUs not only in Samar but the entire country. Because I think meron ding mga similar yung problem. To give you also an idea, last year nagkaroon kami ng project na portion ng Samar Island Natural Park. I was then the governor of Samar that time. Nagkaroon kami ng project na gagawa ng road within sa nadadaan sa Samar Island Natural Park. And it was very difficult for us para magawa yun considering na pasok siya sa Samar Island Natural Park. So I would want to know kung ano po yung maitutulong ng DENR para po ma-assist yung mga LGUs na gusto ding mag-develop not only in Samar but the rest of the country. At ano din po yung dapat gawin with regards naman to the town of San Jose de Buwan na buong munisipyo is pasok siya sa protected area. Thank you po.
Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Honorable Congressman. I would turn over to Director Nati Bernardino of the Biodiversity Management Bureau. But before I do that po, I just wanted to relate this problem to similar areas in the country. There are a number of instances where this has in fact happened. I just wanted to share that in fact, as one of our good scientist friends have said, as the climate is changing, our society is changing too. So we need to in fact keep abreast with the social changes and the needs of our communities. And so po, we will seek to address that po under the present regime of the classification of the protected areas. If I may turn over to Director Nati Bernardino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, Director, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon, and to the esteemed colleagues of the committee. Thank you, Madam Secretary. With regards the entire LGU being located inside the PA, the Samar Island Natural Park is a legislated PA. So if we're going to modify the boundaries of the PA, we will need an act of Congress to modify the boundaries. But having said that, we also have the Protected Area Management Plan, which can take into consideration the several land uses within the PA. We have what we call the multiple use zone, where several community activities, including LGU infrastructures, can be located. And we also have the strict protection zones, where these are mostly no-go zones. And these are areas which are considered with high conservation values. So where biodiversity really needs to be protected at given prime importance. So so that is how, Mr. Chair, we can address the issue that has been raised by our esteemed congressman from Samar.
Rep. Michael Tan, thank you very much for your query to the DENR, and thank you very much, Director Bernardino. And next on the line would be our Vice Chair, Eric Martinez. You have 2.5 minutes. You know.
The biggest environmental disaster happening right now in this country and worldwide is something that we don't see: carbon emissions. The point of no return, no one could tell whether this greenhouse effects with this global warming is taking into force. The question, Madam Secretary, is what would be the policy direction of DENR with regards to carbon neutral? How far are we? How close are we to carbon neutrality. Some countries have pledged carbon neutrality and they have set some timelines. So that would be the first question, Madam.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much to the Honorable Congressman. As regards the carbon neutrality and the pathway to net zero for countries, unfortunately for the Philippines, we are at the point where even on a moderate emission scenario, we are on the path to 1.5 or 2 degrees by 2050. Unless we are able to take drastic action, along with other countries who are in fact the major emitters, the 1.5 or the 2 degrees will actually happen. In some areas, it will happen sooner. In some, it will happen later. This means that our ecosystems, some of which are already near their tipping points, might be irreversibly lost. And so, as far as the climate action in the Philippines is concerned, we need to take specific local action in order to actually reach some level of neutrality, if you will. Unfortunately for us, we are one of the lowest emitters in the whole world, while we are among the most impacted by the change globally and the change regionally. I should say that for us, the understanding of climate risk should be based on a sub-regional scenario approach, not the regional approach for Asia, because of the different climate types and the different zones in terms of the way our atmosphere and oceans are situated. So what is needed for the country at this point is some fairly high resolution climate scenarios, projections on different types of conditions regarding emissions and social and economic factors. These are actually well provided for already in the IPCC's 6th assessment report, wherein in fact there have been some studies already directed at our area, also done by some sub-regional scientists. In terms of the nearness to carbon neutrality, if we take into consideration at this point our forest levels and all the different measures that are being done, the country itself might be very close to achieving some sort of neutrality. However, there are socioeconomic conditions that need to be considered and technologies that may have to be abandoned, transition risks for our energy sector that need to be considered as well in terms of the impact of these changes that can bring us closer to net zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you,
Secretary,
Madam
and please do so in putting some more effort, as though we are low in emissions, but then we have to contribute our part in a worldwide scale. I still have 1 minute.
1 hour, 1 minute.
Just would like to manifest, Palawan is one. Just to put it carbon neutral province. The second question would be an issue that affects the National Capital Region, the Sierra Madre mountain ranges, specifically the Angat watershed. The past 4 or 5 rainy seasons, Angat Dam has experienced some sense of turbidity every time there would be heavy rainfalls. Based from the definition of turbidity, this is the presence of sediments in those Angat Dam. So I really don't know the current situation of this upstream of Angat Dam. But then the presence of turbidity every time we have a rainy season is a clear sign that something is going on upstream of the Sierra Madre that runs into Angat Dam. There could be some man-made activities that is making the soil loose and erosion is flowing through those dams that is causing the turbidity. So please try to look into it. I'm not sure, but this issue of turbidity in Angat Dam is worrisome for the entire National Capital Region as it supplies the entire supply of NCR. And of course, one more issue before my time expires is Masungi Giro Reserve. Please try to look into it. Some Facebook complaints have been propping up about the beauty of the Masungi Giro Reserve. Please, Madam Secretary, a response. That would be it.
Thank you, Congressman Martinez. Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Congressman. On the point po of turbidity, man-made activities may actually be contributing, and we don't have enough knowledge and enough investigative information at this point to actually attribute to one single source. But extremely heavy rainfall, which has been on the rise and is supposed to be continuing to rise for our country in the projected climate scenarios, can also be a factor in terms of loosening the soil. So no matter if you have ground cover, no matter if you have, in fact, forest cover, if there is extreme rainfall, and that is part of our scenario moving forward, there will be inevitably movement in the soil. And that turbidity has been a factor in terms of our water supply in Metro Manila because, in fact, the treatment processes that are part of our private sector concessionaires cannot handle the level of the turbidity that is caused by these extreme events. And so I think that we need to be somewhat cautious in attributing one cause or another. There needs to be a full investigation, in fact. And a lot of this has to do with also trajectories of our rainfall and winds in terms of the way our different tropical cyclones or extreme events actually happen. And so I think at this point, the science needs to be done in terms of the attribution of turbidity, not just to human activity, but also through extremely strong physical impacts. So secondly po, on the management of this particular area. And so on that po, we are trying to look for solutions to the impasse at this point in terms of the group that is actually making some claims without prejudice to what has been done already by the DNR in terms of trying to manage the situation and the previous administration and leadership's decisions regarding this area. So rest assured, Mr. Chair, we are looking into Masumi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Next on the minority list is Senior Minority Leader Paul Dasa. Sunod lang. Wala dito? Is he present in Zoom? Asadar? Okay. We'll skip in the meantime. Let's give a chance to Deputy Speaker Raymond Mendoza.
Thank you, Chairman. Magandang hapon, Madam Secretary. Very cold in this building. Hindi siya green building chairman, so we have to do something about this. Madam Secretary, Yulo Laisaga, congratulations on your appointment. I was once a member or a worker in DNR many moons ago, 21 years ago. And I'm glad to see some of my colleagues are here after 21 years. Permit me to say that personally, I thank you because I think you need their wisdom and institutional memory to tackle your difficult job. I'm talking about Yusek Adobo is there, Yusek Anate, Asek Mars Amaro, hopefully Yusek, tagal-tagal na, boss, and hopefully that they will not let you down, Madam Secretary. Ma'am, I will not ask questions anymore. I actually gave my questions to Yusek Adobo with the hope that I will have a meeting. It requires mostly on a minahan ng bayan. And with that being said, a meeting will be in order para madali na lang. And my queries lang because there's supposedly as TUCP, as labor organization, we're also in the verge of organizing an association for that. And kudos to you, ma'am, that you also included in your priority, you have green jobs. I'm happy as TUCP na mayroon kang green jobs. Madam Secretary, you know, again, as I said, I was an assistant secretary way back in 12th Congress. Now it's 19th Congress, if I remember it right. The last major law that was passed was 2017 was extended NIPAS. But with that, there's a huge gap. I don't know kung meron ba. Permit me if meron ba. Then you have the Clean Air, Clean Water, di ba? And the Solid Waste Management Act. And after that, and Kyoto Protocol pala was also under my boss, Bebet Gosson, di ba, Yusek there? And after that, wala. So I call on my colleagues, Mr. Chair, that we should move fast because one of the priority bills of the BBM or President Marcos is ang tagal-tagal nito, sa panahon ko ito, yung national land use. Di ba? Kabisado, paulit-ulit ito. And what are maybe, or I don't know, let us do this, hopefully. And you also have that SFMA, the Sustainable Forest Management Act. In fact, in my time, we had to take out yung Chainsaw Act para mapapasa-pasayan. Otherwise, if you pass it in entirety, walang mangyari. Di ba, boss? Until now, wala din. And you tackle it also with the constitutionally mandated with the delineation of final forest limits. Until now, wala din. So, Mr. Chair and my colleagues, please. And lastly, yung integrated management, coastal management. So, once again, in the 12th Congress, now I'm lucky that I'm still here, the 19th Congress. Let's do this, please. Kasi yun ang major laws na dapat to arm the DENR. Although some are saying na may schizophrenic daw ang attitude ng DENR because you, Madam Secretary, ulit-ulit din yan, that you are actually preserving at the same time exploiting our resources. Then again, that is left to your sound discretion and your expertise. That being said, ma'am, once again, thank you to everyone and congratulations. And I hope to meet, and let's meet Yusek Adobo on the NGP. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker Raymond Mendoza. Any comments on Raymond Mendoza's assertion? Madam Chair?
Mr. Chair, we thank Representative Mendoza for his acknowledgement of the achievements of the DENR in the previous administrations and for his support for the different pending legislation that actually needs some urgent action. As I said before, land use, specifically human activities related to land use, are among the drivers in terms of ecosystem and environmental change. And so this is quite critical to the role of the DENR in terms of preserving, but also establishing the best and highest use for our natural resources in the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you po, Congressman.
Madam Secretary, thank you. Next on the list is Deputy Majority Leader Walter Palma. Are you here? I saw him earlier, but if he's not here, we just skip. And next on the list would be Vice Chair Alan T.
Thank you.
Sige, ilayin mo. Make it nearer to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good afternoon. My question on the major programs. One of the major programs is the improvement of land administration and management. In 2022, you accomplished the issuance, major accomplishments is the issuance of patents. May I ask if this includes the friar lands in the issuance of patents? Friar lands.
Friar lands. Lands ng mga pari.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Madam Secretary.
Yes, I'd like to turn over to Yusek Adobo for the reply.
Yusek Adobo, you are recognized about the friar lands.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lupa ng mga pari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, but for friar lands, we do not issue patents. What we issue, these are originally titled properties already. So what we issue are conveyances. That means that whoever is given that piece of document can go to the Register of Deeds and have a title
Can you speak
issued
nearer
him
to the microphone? We cannot hear you.
over the particular lot that he is occupying.
So in 2022, you have no issuance of friar lands, disposition of friar lands. In 2022,
There were areas that the issuance of conveyances were suspended. One in Cebu, I guess. But it has been lifted. It has been lifted.
it has been lifted because in 2011, March 9, there's a memorandum issued by then Secretary Ramon Paje on the suspension on the processing of application of friar lands. Is this lifted already?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So, but in that suspension, there are 3 instructions made or instructions in that memorandum. One is to deny all
I'll correct my
spurious friar lands application, complete the survey or a survey of all friar lands, and the LMP to implement the computerization program of friar land records under the Land Administration and Management System, or LAMS. Did you comply this memorandum, the instruction memorandum? Did you comply this instruction memorandum?
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I may, and in fact, I'd like to correct a bit my earlier statement. We have, for the end time, recommended the lifting of the suspension. Because the reason for the moratorium was just a topsy-turvy surveys over certain parcel, which we have already settled now. But the changes of posts, in fact, I was earlier informed that the recommendation is still there, and we would again tackle this with our new secretary. So it has not been lifted, the particular areas, but not the entire friar lands were suspended. The issuance of conveyances were suspended.
But the memorandum is very specific. It only directed the Land Management Bureau, Region 2, Region 3, Region 4A, Region 4B, Region 7, and NCR. My question to you now is the instruction completed or were already complied with as to the 3 instructions in that memorandum?
Would you want? Yes, it's completed, but we will have the Director of Land Management Bureau with the permission of the Secretary to...
Mr. Chair, may we have the Director of the Land Management Bureau recognized, please?
Yes, please.
Yes, Madam Secretary, good afternoon, and Mr. Chair. The processing of friar lands is still currently suspended based on the 2011 memorandum issued by former DNR Secretary Ramon Paje. And in that memorandum, there were directives issued, and we are in the process of complying with that, especially on the computerization or data capture of all friar land survey and application records. So it is currently only regions CAR 12 and Region 7 have not finished the data capture, but all the other regions have been finished but undergoing cleansing of the digital cadastral database. So in effect, we will be more comfortable in the lifting of the suspension once the digital cadastral database is in place. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Madam Secretary, are you inclined to lift the suspension on friar lands? It seems that the director is contradicting the statement of your undersecretary. That the undersecretary said that it was already lifted, but your director of Land Management Bureau is telling us that's still in effect.
Mr. Chair, I think that...
Yes, Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
Would you want Attorney Adobo to reply?
Yes, sir. However, I think that the comment of the Director of LMB was a clarification of what Yusek Adobo had already said. in terms of the status of the suspension. I will say, though, that I would be in favor of cleansing the data. We do not have to the level of certainty that we are comfortable at this time. And I would beg the indulgence of yourself, Mr. Chair, because I have just started. This is like my 40-something day at the department, and I would certainly like to take a direct hand in this issue of data cleansing, which I believe is very important to the mandate of the Bureau and to the department, Mr. Chair.
Madam Secretary, as your director mentioned, it's been already 12 years. And the three instruction has not been followed or has not been completed until now. For 12 years, Madam Secretary. The memorandum was issued in 2011, and until now, your director is telling us that it's not yet completed. And may I know the reason why? For 12 years, they have not acted on it. Friar lands dates back to Spanish times, Madam Secretary. And yet you are saying that you have a major accomplishment in the issuance of patents. But these prior lands applications dates back during Spanish time.
Madam
So
Secretary,
can
would
we
you
have a
want...
commitment, Madam Secretary, that this prior lands application will be lifted and the instruction be followed under that memorandum of then Secretary Pahe?
Madam Secretary?
Otherwise, I will question in the plenary, Madam Secretary. I will move for a reduction of your budget with the Land Management Bureau. That is my manifestation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If I may turn over to Yusek Adobo for the reply here. Thank you.
Yusek Adobo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
12 years.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. First, I'd like to apologize for the inaccurate statement that I made earlier. Yeah, there were already areas that's been completed pursuant to the 2011 order of Secretary Pahe. So that's why there were areas that we already recommended for lifting. But LMB might have deemed it that they'll all complete the cleansing of the records and then come up with the omnibus lifting of the processes of prior lands applications,
So
Mr. Chair.
So when can you complete it? When?
Mr. Chair, may we request the Director of the Land Management Bureau be recognized?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Chair, the data cleansing of the Friar Land Estates is currently ongoing, and in fact, there was already a recommendation for the lifting, but we put in our recommendation, we put in safeguards, certain safeguards to avoid irregularities in the issuance of the deeds of conveyances. So one safeguard is that the processing shall be done within the Land Administration and Management System. That's the information system in the processing of public land applications and in the approval of surveys, Mr. Chair. So there are measures being undertaken, and Yusek Adobo is right. We are recommending omnibus lifting kasi baka naman po mag-question na bakit yung iba inuna yung lifting. So I believe it will be a management decision, and we will be taking this matter urgently, Mr. Chair.
So, Madam Secretary, as you heard from your director, there is already a recommendation for the omnibus lifting. Are you inclined to order the lifting?
I beg the indulgence, Mr. Chair, may I reply?
Madam Secretary, if you refuse to answer, you can say so, and Yusek Adobo and your director can just write a memorandum to the House so that we can give it to Congressman T, so that he will hold something in writing rather than verbally. Would that be okay with you? my
Yes,
dear Congressman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you
So
very
would
much,
that be all
Mr.
right,
Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir, we will comply. Thank you very much.
Last point, Mr. Chairman. In your 2023 budget proposal, land management issuance of patents, the target for issuance of patents is half of your 2022 accomplishment. May I ask why? The target set in 2023 is less than half of your 2022 accomplishment.
Mr. Chair,
Madam
may I-
Secretary,
may
please go
I
ahead.
refer this to Director of LMB, please?
Director?
Yes,
You are
Mr. Chair.
recognized.
Yes po, we acknowledge that the target set for 2023 is lower than the previous year. We are actually constrained by the budget given to us under the NEP, and that in fact we have additional requests po sana, but of course it will depend on our fiscal space.
So can you give this representation, this committee, a list of your pending applications?
Mr. Chair,
A summary list.
public land applications pending in the DNR, sir.
Yes.
Okay, sir, we will comply.
List. And also those prior lands applications pending
Yes.
before your office. And I think they are all date box in decades already for prior lands applications.
Please put that in
yes, sir.
writing.
Yes, sir, we will
So
comply,
can you please
sir.
give
Yes, sir.
this committee before our plenary,
Yes, sir.
before the plenary?
I'll take that up
Yeah,
with you on that Friday, September 7, so that I'll hand carry your written reply to the good colleague.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would that be all right, Madam Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. That's
That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on the list would be Representative Tracy Cagas, since wala dito. Janet Garin, wala na rin, nag-excuse na rin. Vice Chair Joboy Aquino, you are recognized. Sir, kanina ka pa. I'm so sorry. Huwag kang magalit po.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, Honorable Alvarez, Secretary. Good afternoon. I am Vice Chair
Kanina pa yan.
Joboy Aquino. My district is from Butuan City, 1st District of Agusan del Norte. It's located at the northeastern part of Mindanao. I've been here since 9 o'clock this morning, and this is my only chance. And I won't be asking any more questions. See, I have here my folder. I have been diligently listening to the different answers and questions this morning, but I will no longer ask this. One only, Madam Secretary. And please, don't say no. Because if you will say no, I will no longer move for the additional budget of DENR, Madam Secretary. My only request is for you and your undersecretaries to visit, or my invitation to you, the DNR, to go to my district, which is the regional center of Caraga region, maybe late September. I will be there and personally meet you, Madam Secretary. Please don't say no.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Madam Secretary, you are
Yes.
recognized.
Sir, we will not say no, Mr. Chair. So, thank you po.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, and see, 35 seconds only. Thank you very much to the DNR family. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You still have another 2.5 minutes because you have been waiting here for a long time.
I will
Go
give
ahead, Mr.
my
Congressman.
3 minutes to the DNR so they can leave 3 minutes earlier than the set time of adjournment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay na? Sige. Thank you very much. I am from that region, Madam Secretary, and I commiserate with the gentleman from Butuan. He's my esteemed colleague, and we should help that area, especially in the water resource management. Kawawa po yung Butuan City. Let's help them. Director David, you are here. Maybe we can pay a visit to Butuan and let's help them. Hanggang ngayon, marumi pa yung tubig nila doon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will take action po. Thank you.
Opo. Next on the list will be Robert Raymond Estrella. Rep Estrella. Wala dito. Malis. Nasa Dare. Next si ano na. Representative Garcia from Bataan. Are you here? There you are.
Yes, maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to our dear colleagues and to the entire DNR family. I would like, Mr. Chair, to commend our President for choosing wisely the next Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. I've worked very closely with Secretary Tony Loizaga when she was the head of the National Resilience Council, and Bataan was one of her partner LGUs in our green and resilient journey. And one of the outcomes that we have done was the CIDRA package, or the Climate Disaster Risk Assessment Package for the province of Bataan, which is now the blueprint for a greener and more resilient province. And we are cascading this CIDRA package to all the sectors so that everyone can act accordingly. And we've learned so much from the information that we got from the CIDRA package. So congratulations to our new secretary. I am sure that you will be giving a fresh perspective in the DNR, and combined with our career officials and the entire DNR family, you will do great things and great wonders for our environment. So thank you and congratulations, Madam Secretary. Just a few ideas, Mr. Chair. I was happy to note earlier that the department is collaborating with the different departments in implementing its very relevant projects. I heard that they are collaborating right now with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, because the most vulnerable, aside from cleaning up our environment, the most vulnerable are really the informal dwellers living in our shorelines, esteros, and riverbanks. And in collaborating with the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, we would have high-impact projects moving forward that will have multi-wins, not only on economic, housing, social, but also the environment. And another department that I heard that they are collaborating with is the DPWH, so that we can complete the infrastructure needs of housing and townships to be more resilient. I just would like to suggest, Madam Secretary, there is such thing as the convergence program with the DNR, with the DPWH on various departments. For example, convergence with tourism, convergence with economic zones, convergence with agriculture for food security. And these convergent programs are very good programs because they are prioritized, they are funded, and they pass through the local development councils. So they pass through a lot of requirements, and they pass through the local development council and eventually the regional development council, and they are prioritized in the budget. I would like to suggest if we can formalize the convergence program with the various departments, especially the DPWH that has a lot of infra budget, so that we can come up with really relevant township resilient infrastructure projects in our communities and in our country.
Friendly reminder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. May I have a response from our Madam Secretary?
Madam Secretary.
Sorry, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Honorable Congressman Garcia. We certainly will take all of the suggestions into account, and very serious thought has been given to convergence. In fact, the DNR is chair of the Cabinet Cluster on Climate Change Adaptation, Mitigation, Disaster Risk Reduction, wherein many different NGAs are actually a part of that council, of that Cabinet Cluster. And so the idea would really be to understand how the environment and the ecosystems and human development actually intersect in order to achieve these human development goals. At the moment, we have not yet convened the CICAM-DRR, but we will also be convening that cluster as well as the task force Build Back Better, so that we may in fact respond with a resilience lens, as you know, Mr. Chair, and the Honorable Congressman knows that resilience is multidimensional and therefore requires the collaboration of different departments. We have been discussing with Secretary Cristina. We have discussed with Secretary Ben-Hur, Abalos as well, OIC, SND. We have discussed with Secretary Bonoan and DPWH already, and I have a conversation as well with Secretary Tulfo of DSWD. We are looking in how we may be able to bring all of these different dimensions together in terms of planning a resilient and inclusive environment and the communities as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that.
Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you,
Secretary.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Next point, just very quickly. I heard earlier that we talked about the siltation of our rivers that flows through our oceans. And the cause of this is not just the deforestation of our forests. Also, one cause of this we might not know is the upland farming activities. And we can't blame our upland farmers because they have to make a living, and this contributes also to our food security in the communities and in the country. So having said this, maybe the DNR together with the LGU and convergence with other departments can look at mitigation projects or programs like the development of silt dams and other like projects, so that we can mitigate the erosion of our soil and really clean up and prevent the destruction of our environment. Mr. Chair, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Kong Abet. Next is
Mr. Chair, intay lang ako ng sagot from
is that a question?
Yung sagot lang po.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much to the Honorable Congressman once again. We are certainly looking into particularly the bioremediation of eroded areas to see how we can minimize structural interventions and use natural systems in terms of preventing soil erosion and further degradation of the soils and the lands that are in fact impacted by these extreme events. So there are opportunities and technologies that are available in order for us to prevent. One of the points that we would like to raise at this juncture is really the way we value our forest lands and our standing forests. And they must be valued not just for their timber product potential, but also on their potential for avoiding floods and for their avoiding further soil erosion because of their presence there. So one of the shifts that we are actually trying to introduce into the valuation of our natural resources is to look at the different ways one type of ecosystem, whether it's the forest ecosystem, may be valued not just for the standing trees and the wood that they may actually yield for timber products, but also their environmental value and how they might be able to prevent that disasters from happening. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. And this representation, we would like to express that we fully support the budget and the initiatives of the DNR headed by our Secretary, Ma'am Tony. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next would be another gentleman from Northern Mindanao, very famous, Congressman Imano.
Not famous, Mr. Chairman, utusan ng chairman po. And yeah, good afternoon, thank you, and to the good secretary. I will try to make it as short as possible because you've just barely a month or two in the office and will give your honeymoon period, and hopefully you'll be able to perform so that we will be able to ask you what you have done for 2023 and hopefully the plans for 2024, ma'am. But I also noticed, to start with, in page 16 of your budget proposal, this establishment of NatRes Resort Geospatial Database. Very short. Can you expound on what you're establishing?
Mr. Chair.
Madam Secretary.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, thank you very much. The National Natural Resource Geospatial Database is actually a platform, a digital platform that is composed of a base map with several thematic layers that will actually contain information, geospatial information, on the different types of natural resources in the country, whether that be a biodiversity layer, a forest layer, a layer that is indicative of our mineral resources, a water supply layer. And what the geospatial database allows us to do is actually overlay all these layers and apply a risk lens to show us what may be gained or what may be lost from an integrated approach to managing our natural resources in the country. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And is DNR central office and all the regional offices digitized already?
There are various levels, Mr. Chair,
Madam Secretary.
There are various levels of IT competency and digitalization all over the department, and we are working, in fact, to design a new information architecture and some new information infrastructure in order for us to streamline our processes. But we're also working with other national government agents such as the DOST and the Philippine Space Agency in order for us to build this geospatial database that we are looking forward to. Another group of partners that we are looking to work with are the different space agencies all over the world that are providing the kind of imagery that we need in order to establish the thematic layers of our geospatial database. So it will be a combination, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair and Honorable Congressman, of efforts between internal DNR personnel, some partners in academia, and international partners in terms of the space agency contributions from other countries as far as the satellite imagery components are concerned.
For the day-to-day transactions of DNR, example for us from Region 10, is the central office aware of the paper submitted, the time it needs for a paper that's submitted for it to be approved? Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, just to respond to the specific question, one of the issues that we are currently looking into is the length of time between the visibility from the initiation of the documentation process on the ground and the length of time that it actually reaches the national office here at NCR. So we are conducting, and we're about to start, a series of process reviews in order for us to determine the gaps in the process flows between information that is collected on the ground and the awareness and visibility at the national level. I should say, however, that in the case of the EMB, for example, there is rather a high level of digitalization already on the ground. It's a matter of consolidating and processing that information here at the national office. But as some of you may be aware, it's possible to actually apply for an ACC already at the regional level.
Were you able to put an amount for the 2023 budget for your digitization for the regional offices connected to the central office?
Mr. Chair, I'll turn over to Yusek Anate so she can explain that we have in fact been afforded a good amount in order for us to streamline the information architecture and the connectivities between local and national and the geospatial database as well. Madam Chair.
Can we acknowledge?
May we
Madam
acknowledge Yusek Anate, Madam Chair.
Yes, you are recognized. Attorney Te, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under the 2023 proposed budget, we have an allocation of 52 million, Madam Chair, for data management. And from our proposal under Tier 2, we were given another 543 million for data management. And this is for the purpose of upgrading or providing information technology support and also developing the various information system. Madam Chair, we have an existing DNR control map, which, as the Secretary has mentioned, already serves as an initial platform that we hope to enhance and develop as we go along, Madam Chair.
Yeah, more concerned, Madam Chair, of the daily transactions for the regional offices. But how much budget, by the way, did you submit to DBM for 2023?
For 2023, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, including the Tier 2, we have actually proposed a total of 44 billion pesos. And what was approved is about 23 for Tier 1, 21 billion, and for Tier 2, 21 billion. But the net came out, it's 23 billion, Madam Chair.
And of the 23 billion approved budget, how many percent is for the digitalization, ma'am?
That would mean, Madam Chair, 52 billion plus 543, which is about 600 million over the 23 billion, Mr. Chair.
How many percent
Madam Chair.
for the, how many percent?
Let me compute, Madam Chair. It would be 600 million over 23 billion. Just to, while computing, Madam Chair, the data management will include development of the information system. And with the development of that information system, we hope to address the online services and also document tracking of the transactions that come in. And with that, we will be able to see how we can fast track the action on the transactions that are being filed in the office, Madam Chair.
Yeah, with so little time, I'll try to ask some of the questions during the plenary. I'm not yet done, Madam Chair, but you know, Madam Secretary, during the campaign, I had often used the blogger Wizzy Marie's statement saying that before impressing the streets, fix your home. And I do hope that with the 600 million digitalization of DENR, we will be able to track the documents, especially within the regional office. I was mayor already for 9 years, Congress for 6 years, governor already for 9 years, and this is my second time that I came back to Congress, and still I am actually receiving same complaints in the regional offices. Paper takes and documents takes time, approval takes time, and worse, some of the documents needs to be approved in the national office. And when I asked some of your people earlier, I was also here 9 a.m. And you know what they told me? Gov, pwede
Please
naman to
wind
sa...
down. Rep Emano.
Yeah, pwede naman to sa regional office eh. And yet some of the documents were sent to the national office. So clearer online, and hopefully, Madam, will be able to fix our house first before we impress what we're planning for 2023. Thank you,
Salamat.
Madam Chair. Thank you,
Salamat,
Madam
Rep. Emano.
Secretary.
Madam Chair, may I just take a few minutes to respond to...
Yes, please, Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And all those points are very well noted, sir. And those are, in fact, from my short time within the department, among the chief concerns as well. So thank you very much. Those are well noted po, and we will be acting on those. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. With instructions from the Speaker to expedite the proceedings, the Chair rules that each member will now be given only 2.5 minutes for your interpellation. Next to interpellate is from the minority. The Chair recognizes Senior Deputy Minority Leader. All right, so sorry about that. Next to interpellate is Representative Samantha Santos. You're now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Your Honor, our Secretary for DNNR, the family of DNNR, I would just like to ask the good Secretary or the concerned USEC, if any, about the requirements with regards to the issuance of Environment Compliance Certificate, or ECC, for renewable energy projects, particularly in national protected areas.
Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may defer to Director William Cuñado for the response from the EMB, Madam Chair.
You're recognized, Director.
Thank you, Madam Secretary and Madam Chair. Regarding the application for the environmental compliance certificate, especially if that is located in environmental critical area or protected area, we have a list of these requirements in our website, the requirements of the ACC, but there is an extra requirements that you have to get is the public clearance in terms of the uses of that area. I think this will be necessary before you can enter our websites, our online application for the ACC. But however, if there are some highly environmental critical project that is located in that area, you need to have to submit the environmental impact statement, which is required. There is a public hearing that is required. But for the project that is only required for critical checklist, so you have to go on our online system. And our online system, the OPM, is you can get all the information and requirements, and you have to download it, and within 20 days, there will be approval on that applications. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Rep Santos.
Yes. Your Honor, Madam Secretary, the pursuit of Section 12, RA number 11038, or the Expanded Natural Integrated Protected Area System Act of 2015, a condition precedes for the insurance of ECC by the DENR project prominence most first secures a clearance from the Protected Area Management Board. Without such PAMB clearance, no project or activity may be actually implemented or undertaken in any protected areas within the NIPAS. In fact, to ensure compliance with this clearance and ECC requirements, the law provides for administrative sanctions in cases of violation. If that is the case, may we know what is the action of the department if a new renewable energy project proceeds without securing first the ECC and the PAMB clearance?
Madam Secretary.
Please.
Madam Chair, I will defer to the USEC Mark Fragada for the reply.
USEC, you are recognized.
Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, good afternoon. First off, ma'am, the ECC will not be issued without the PAMB clearance. The PAMB clearance is always a precedent. So the PAMB, the protected area, all protected areas have a protected area management board, which is chaired by the regional executive director. The members of the board is composed of the different, they're the LGUs, they have civil society on board, they have the governor. So it is a composite body who then decides or comes up with resolutions for certain projects. For example, a renewable energy project is proposing that they enter the protected area. They have to present first their project to the PAMB, to the board. Then it has the PAMB should come up with a resolution endorsing the project. So it shouldn't undergo any procedure in terms of the ECC or being declared an environmental critical area until the PAMB endorses that particular project. If such, the PAMB or through the RED, we usually take action. No? If there are such projects in the area without any permits, the RED through the regional director, the regional office will take action with regards to certain projects within the protected area. Madam Chair.
Rep. Santos.
Your Honor, this is why I actually asked those questions. Because if there are rules under the DENR and regulations, may we know why the Alamada Hydroelectric Plant of the Euro Hydro Power Asia Holdings established in the province of Cotabato covered NIPAS for being part of the Libungan River Watershed Forest Reserve was allowed to proceed despite not being able to secure the necessary PAMB clearance and ECC prior to its exploitation and development activities in violation of the law and the rules. For the record, Your Honor, Madam Secretary, the ECC for the project was only secured in the year 2020 and as amended in October 5th of 2021, and therefore only after the project has already been undertaken its development activities within the watershed. The company also has not obtained the necessary provincial government endorsements or sangguniang panlalawigan resolutions providing its hydropower project. Gusto lang po namin malinawagan dahil baka hindi lang ito ang probinsya na ito po ang nangyayari when it comes to protected areas. So maybe we can actually have actions taken for this, especially not only for Cotabato, but also other provinces where they actually bypass some of the government agencies.
Salamat, Rep. Santos. Your time's up. Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, I will continue to defer to Yusek Mark Fragada for this and possibly the red as well if he's available.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, to the good Congresswoman, ma'am, I gave instructions already to your regional executive director to take a look at that particular area, and within this afternoon, ma'am, will get back to you with an answer. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next to interpellate is from the minority. The chair recognizes Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Daza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Secretary, and to the DNR officials and to my colleagues. Secretary, I'm sure you might be aware we have a new law that called Ease of Doing Business. It mandates 3 days, 7 days, or 20 days for approval of all licenses, permits. Simple are 3 days. Complicated is 7 days. 20 days is for technical permits. Is DNR now complying with the new law, the Anti-Red Tape Act, and Ease of Doing Business?
Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, thank you to the Honorable Congressman. As I mentioned earlier, we are in the process of reviewing all of our processes at this point in order to see whether we can actually address the demands of the new law. However, I will defer to Yusek Kuna to describe the current system and to see how, in fact, we may be able to move forward with the compliance. Madam Chair, may I move that Yusek Kuna be recognized?
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, actually, I think for the most part, we are complying with the requirement of the ARTA law. There are particular issuances we have, such as the environmental compliance certificate, that takes a little longer than that because the study, particularly if it's an environmentally critical project or a project in an environmentally critical area will take more time for the inspection of the area and the evaluation of the environmental impact statement that is submitted. So that takes a little more time. But from what I know, we are following the law with regard to the periods within which to issue, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, sorry.
Madam Chair, this representation handled and defended the budget of ARTA the last 3 years. They've been functional for the last 2-3 years. So may I request just a report from the DNR and to furnish me a copy and the committee, just so we can see what the progress is. Could you comply with that?
Madam Chair, yes, certainly we will be complying with that request. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. There were questions earlier about reclamation. I will not repeat that anymore. Madam Chair, may I request a nationwide inventory of all reclamation projects, ongoing, pending, the status, and other details for each particular reclamation project. Could you comply, please?
Madam Secretary?
Madam Chair, yes. The DNR is within its authority to release, I would say, information regarding the area clearance and the ECC filings. However, the status report of the progress of the actual reclamation projects, those would not actually fall within our specific mandate. Madam Chair.
I think that's acceptable, Madam Chair, and I think that will do. Just to be pertinent to DNR, we would appreciate a report, and also to furnish my copy on that. Madam Chair, I think most scientists globally agree on global warming and climate change. My question is there a specific DNR action plan to address the impending irreversible damage, at least to the Philippines, and is there a budget allocation to address climate change and the similar issues that come with that?
Madam Secretary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the DNR is well poised and is somehow resourced, I would say still not completely adequately to address the potential impacts. As you may know, sir, as you know, Madam Chair, there are various scenarios. There is a low emission scenario, there is a medium emission scenario, and a high emission scenario. And there are now shared socioeconomic pathways that are matched with those different GHG emission scenarios that actually provide for the plausible impacts on different areas. Those are global scenarios. What the Philippines actually needs is a fairly high resolution data set, an analysis that actually allows decision makers at the local government level to take action that is specific to their particular area. Unfortunately, there is an incomplete set for the Philippines because that is not within the specific deliverables as yet from the science agencies. However, there is a Philippine Climate Extremes report that provides for some analysis at high resolution, specifically for areas in Mindanao. And therefore, that can be used as the basis for any type of intervention in terms of ecosystem preservation and the management of the environment. I do not believe that the Philippine Climate Extremes report at this point has been mainstreamed into specific policies, programs, and actions. And there is a need, in fact, to endeavor to actually embed this climate information into PPAs. In terms of the query on the budget, Mr. Chair, I would turn over to Yusek Anate with the permission of the Chair for the discussion on the DNR specific items. There are other items that are not within the DNR's purview that have been set aside for climate change adaptation and mitigation. And so we will just speak directly to what is within the DNR's budget, Madam Chair. If Yusek Anate may be recognized.
Rep. Tasha?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To respond to the question regarding the resources allocated to respond to climate change, Madam Chair, largely the budget of the DNR is intended to support climate actions of the government. And if we will, out of the 15 billion that we have for operations, around 7 billion pesos are intended to support climate action, mainly on sustainably managing natural resources, clean and healthy environment, sustained and natural resource resiliency program. This is all aimed to strengthening the adaptive capacities not only of the ecosystem but also of the communities. The DNR, as chair of the cabinet cluster, Madam Chair, is also looking at the total climate change budget of the government. And based on our climate tagging expenditure, for 2023, around 216 billion pesos from the various government agencies under the program convergence budget is allocated for climate change programs, Madam Chair.
Is that sufficient? And do you have any recommendations to the committee on budget proposal?
Madam Chair, actually, as we earlier indicated that our original proposed budget is around 44 billion pesos. So, of course, if given the opportunity, we would like to have additional resources to implement more local actions on the ground. No? For this Environment Natural Resource Program, we'll only be supporting less than 10 local government units to develop their environment and natural resiliency program. So should there be additional resources, that would be an opportunity to support the investment portfolio of the local government on integrated water resource management and other local climate actions, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may be able to add to Yusek.
Yes, please proceed.
I believe it is quite essential for the convergence budget to be identified and clearly directed. There is a very large role to play on the part of the local government units in terms of local and specific action. And at this point, their disaster risk reduction and management fund actually addresses only a very small portion of, in fact, largely a response to the impacts of extreme events that may be occurring in their local government. The idea of prevention is part of that convergence agenda, and therefore, on the part of the budget locally as well as nationally, for example, of the DPWH, the local government's infrastructure program, the education budget, the health budget, as the Honorable Representative from Bataan knows, these can all be identified in the local government's budget in order to mainstream localized and specific climate and disaster risk reduction actions and investments. And this is where the convergence between the national budget and the local budget needs to actually happen. If we rely solely on the national government agency, specific actions that are related to the development goals of each local government may not actually be attained. And therefore, it is recommended by the department and by a personal note as far as my advocacy, which is known, that local government investment and action, as well as the contributions of the local presence of the DOH, the DPWH, the DepEd, should also be taken into consideration in terms of coming up with a climate resilient and disaster resilient investment and management and program of action for the local governments. Risk exists at the local level. Combined, it is compounded at the national scale. So if we start with our investments at the local level, we can in fact have an impact on the national risk to climate change. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, for my last question, and I'm so grateful. I heard very good things from the Secretary. And along those same lines, if you remember, when Yolanda happened, there was a joint memorandum circular signed by DNR, DILG that extended the no-build zone or salvage zone. So my last question is, could you provide us a report on compliance and what the LGUs have done to comply with that JMC? Could you share your thoughts and give us your concurrence to submitting a report regarding that JMC that was done, I think, in the last administration?
Madam Chair.
Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much. We will indeed submit a report on the compliance to that joint memorandum circular, and hopefully with some recommendations as well as to the specific context in which that compliance was actually possible and where it was not possible. And so, as you know, the physical, the morphology of our coastlines vary from region to region, and therefore across-the-board compliance may not have been completely possible. So we will submit that report, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, STML Paul Daza. Again, to try to expedite our briefing, all those who are still listed for round one, they are Reps Rehenshaw, Solon Gintu, Rufus Rodriguez, Rep Dan Fernandez, Rep Luistro, Rep Sagarbaria, Rep Lara. If you wish to speak to your regional directors, if your questions happen to be pertaining to your own districts, you may wish to do so. The RDs are now seated at the gallery. Next to interpolate.
Madam Chair, Rufus Rodriguez, Madam Chair.
Yes. Rep
If
Rodriguez.
you can recognize me, Madam Chair, I am on
Yes.
Zoom.
Is this?
I would wish to respectfully appeal to the Chair not to slash our time period from 5 minutes to 2.5 minutes. We have waited since this morning, Madam Chair. Others have been given 5 minutes. We wish that those who are still going to interpolate be given the same just and time of 5 minutes so that we can bring out the voice of our people. We are merely representatives. We carry the voice, in my case, the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro, and we have certain matters to bring to the Secretary. And so can we ask that we continue? We cannot change the rules in midstream. Others had 5 minutes. Then if we are only given 2.5 minutes, then it is not fair and just to all the congressmen who have been waiting to have this particular chance. It's only twice that we meet our cabinet officials here officially in the briefing and in the plenary. And I do not wish to go to the plenary because my concerns will all be given in the 5 minutes that you are going to give me. So my appeal, Madam Chair, for the consideration of your directive coming from the Speaker, I'm sure the Speaker will understand. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I can list you, Representative Rodriguez, for the second round, in which case you will get your 2.5 minutes. Next to interpolate via Zoom is Representative Marco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sa lahat po ng nasa Department of Environment and Natural Resources, magandang hapon po sa inyo at aking mga kasama sa Kongreso. I have some questions lang po. Number one, dito po sa regreening program natin, this has been going on for more than 5 years, I suppose, or even less than 10 years. Gusto ko pong malaman, how do you evaluate how successful this program is in terms of planting trees all over the country? Kasi po, ngayong taon na ito, you have a budget of more than 2 billion and you will increase this in 2023. I would like to find out yung success rate po ng mga tinatanim nating mga puno all over the country, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair.
Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to defer to Yusek Jonas Leones for his reply on the greening program and the evaluation. Thank you.
Yusek Leones.
Madam Chair, Honorable Congressman, a pleasant good afternoon. Regarding sa evaluation ng status or condition of our plantation, Madam Chair, it really varies on different region. It depends on the condition, on the weather and temperature. But fairly and honestly speaking, medyo mababa po yung ibang mga lugar. For example, in northern areas, northern regions, medyo mainit po doon. So mababa po yung mga plantations natin doon. But in areas where there is abundance of rainfall, medyo maganda po yung survival natin doon. Particularly in Mindanao areas, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Ilan pong porsyento, Madam Chair, yung pong success rate natin for every, let's say, 1,000 trees that we plant, after certain period of time, ilan po ang nabubuhay dito at lumalaki? Meron po tayong porsyento. Sabi nyo, mas mataas ang success rate. Dito po sa amin, sa Cordillera, palagay ko, mas mataas ang success rate po namin dito.
Sa Cordillera po, Madam Chair, medyo fairly nasa mga 70 to 85% po ang survival dyan. Pero po doon sa mga areas like for example in Cagayan, medyo mababa po yung ating survival dyan. But generally speaking, Madam Chair, ang base evaluation ng FMB, umabot po ng mga 60 to 80% ang survival po natin sa ating plantation.
Okay, thank you. Another question, Madam Secretary at saka Madam Chair. Dito po sa devolution ng mga powers and functions to the local governments, meron po bang mga responsibilities at mga functions that have been devolved already to the different local governments in the country? And if meron po, ano po ba yung na-devolve na natin sa kanila?
Madam Chair, may I
Madam
ask that
Secretary.
Yusek Jonas continue to be recognized?
Yusek.
Madam Chair, regarding po dun sa na-devolve na functions ng department, we are guided by the guidelines coming from our DBM. So far, ang na-allow lang po sa aming i-devolve ay some of the functions in the forestry sector. Like for example, yung mga maintenance ng community forest, yung mga CBFM po natin dyan, na-devolve po natin. For the environment sector po, yung particularly sa provisions ng Solid Waste Management Act, talaga pong nasa local government unit po yun. So yun lang po sa environment and forestry lang po ang based on sa aming devolution plan, yun lang po yung naming nasubmit sa Department of Budget and Management. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Dito po sa sa solid waste management, kasama po ba rito yung pagtatayo ng mga STPs sa different communities? Ito po ba'y tinutulungan ng Department of Environment?
Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn over to Yusek Mitch Kuna for the reply.
Yusek Una.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, what we do with regard to the putting up of STPs is to provide technical assistance. The Environmental Management Bureau is the one that provides this technical assistance, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Under this program, Madam Chair, as a follow-up question, do you encourage or support yung pagtatayo ng mga modular STPs in the various parts of the country?
That was your last question, Rep Go. Thank you for your understanding. Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, may I defer this to EMB Director William Cuñado for his reply. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Director, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Secretary and Madam Chair. Regarding the STP for modular, it is encouraged for the small scale or small volumes of the wastewater that will be discharged, provided that it will meet the effluent standard. So there are some small scale STP or wastewater treatment facilities who pass the standard. So the condition here, we just only monitor the effluent standard that will be discharged coming from the modular wastewater treatment facilities or STP, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, just one last follow-up if I may be allowed.
Yes, please. Proceed, please.
Yes, tungkol po dito kasi dito po sa amin sa lungsod ng Baguio, ang terrain po namin hindi po kamukha po sa ibang lugar na flat. Ang pinaka-practical po so that we can even minimize cost of putting up STPs, ito pong kailangan modular na. We will come out with different sectors of our city, and for every sector magkakaroon ng sariling, ang tawag natin dyan, modular STP. Yung po ba'y sinusuportaan po ninyo yung ganong mga arrangement?
Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As informed by Director Cuñado earlier, this would be a suitable solution provided it meets certain standards po, Madam Chair.
Salamat. Rep Go.
Salamat po. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Next to interpellate is Representative Steve Chongbian Solon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Your Honors, Madam Secretary. Actually, a lot of my questions were already answered earlier by you and your undersecretaries. I just have one issue that I want to bring up and maybe get your support. Sarangani Province has an application to apply for protected area for Mount Busa, okay? This is the Sarangani side that covers about 40 barangays. Now, to just give you an idea of where we are, Sarangani Province has an ordinance already by the Sangguniang Panlalawigan creating Mount Busa as a local conservation area. We are also refiling a bill that was filed by my predecessor, former Congressman Pacquiao. We have an FPIC. Kumbaga, sa local level, ma'am, we are doing our part to get this bill passed. No? I just like your support, Madam Secretary, the support of the DNR. Kasi paminsan, alam mo naman, sometimes it's not easy. Let's put it that way. The DOT has expressed their support for us because it could be a possible ecotourism area. But ma'am, Mount Busa is an area where we have the Philippine eagles, 2 pairs. We have mossy forests. We have 18 globally threatened species in the area, as well as 58 species of birds, 20 species of mammals. Now, Madam Secretary, you also mentioned that you are an advocate of climate change action. This area where Mount Busa is in Sarangani, in the 15 years I've been in the LGU, during El Nino, the 2 municipalities that are within that area, they do not declare state of calamity, but all the other towns do during a period like the El Nino. So ma'am, I just want to, state on record and ask for your support, that you will support us in our application for the local conservation area and the Mount Busa protected area. Madam Secretary.
Rep Solon, unfortunately, your time's up.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, do you wish to respond?
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Certainly, we will give our full support and we'll continue to work with the representation from Sarangani in order to achieve the objective. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ma'am.
Salamat, Rep Solon. Next to interpellate is Rep Ivan Howard Gintu.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. What I would like to ask is actually if we have enough, with the current condition of the Metro Manila water resources, I believe in the next 20, 30 years, do you think it's still enough, the current source for water?
Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, the short answer is no, but let me ask for the recognition of Director David from the National Water Resources Board, Madam Chair.
Rep Gintu.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if we may have our NWRB Director, David, to respond specifically
Director,
to the query.
you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, for the information of the Honorable Congressman. Of course, for the next 30 years, it is projected that the current supply available, it's basically is the Angat Dam. We won't have a sufficient supply of water for Metro Manila and adjoining provinces of Bulacan, Cavite, and Rizal, Madam Chair.
Rep Gintu.
Okay. Given your answer, to address the water security in Metro Manila, I believe we must look for a new water source to address the increasing demand for water. One of the solutions to this is the construction of the Kaliwa Dam. Kaliwa Dam is expected to provide 600 million liters of water to Metro Manila and adjacent areas. However, a lot of pro-environment groups heavily oppose this project. May we know from NWRB or anyone from the DENR if the proponents of the Kaliwa Dam have complied with the necessary permits and requirements of DENR?
Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, I will request the Director David to please reply to the query.
Director.
Madam Chair, as far as the NWRB is the permits of the lower Kaliwa Dam, they've been compliant with the requirements of the permit.
Rep Gintu.
Okay, if it is some reason, then why is the Kaliwa Dam has been discontinued? Or has the NWRB identified other potential water sources that could service Metro Manila?
Director.
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may. For Metro Manila, we have also identified the Marikina watershed or the Wawa River area. And likewise, some rivers also, additional rivers in Quezon area, like the Canon River, Madam Chair.
Rep Gintu.
Okay, just to the manifestation. Madam Chair, I believe there's really a need for a new water source to address the increasing demand for water in Metro Manila, for the, not just for this generation, but the generations to come. The Kaliwa Dam project is expected to address this. However, in the implementation of the project, it should be compliant with our environment laws and should be conducted with the least impact on the environment. I hope the DENR will closely monitor this project in order to ensure that this landmark project does not cause irreparable damage to the environment. That would be all, Madam Chair.
Madam Secretary, do you wish to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The DNR's role here is to ensure that, in fact, the environmental impacts of such infrastructure will not cause irreparable damage to the ecosystem. However, we wish to also manifest that in terms of water resources, there are two more sides to this issue. Supply is just one side. The second side is demand and demand management. And the use of our water and what we actually are needing to consume needs to be part of an education program in terms of the way we need to most efficiently utilize whatever scarce resources are available So demand and demand management are in fact one side of that issue as well. The second side is infrastructure and distribution. Our infrastructure and distribution sometimes is inadequate to service the demand because in fact this infrastructure is aging. There is water leakage and loss along the different rights of way that are available to the delivery systems of our water. So this is a three-pronged issue. Supply, which also is sensitive to climate change, demand and demand management, and infrastructure. And all of these, in fact, are part of our own regional planning and development planning scenarios that are laid out at the national, regional, and local level. So in terms of the approach of the department, it is an integrated water resource management approach that tries to balance the different uses for the information of this august body. The highest consumption in terms of consumptive and non-consumptive use is the power sector, followed by irrigation for agriculture. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Was that your last question, Rep. Gintu? Thank you, and thank you that you left 50 seconds on the clock. Before we proceed, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our former President and Senior Deputy Speaker, Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo. Next to interpellate is Representative Rufus Rodriguez via Zoom. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to our former President. Good afternoon. Greetings to Secretary Maria Antonia Yulo Loizaga, to the Undersecretaries, my good friends, Undersecretary Adobo, Undersecretary Cuna, Te, Leones and Fragada, and also I also see on Zoom our Assistant Secretaries who came from Region 10, Ruth Tawan, and the immediate past RED of Region 10, who did an exemplary job while he was in Cagayan de Oro, Region 10, Arlie Adorable. And Mr. Chairman, and for the good Secretary, your DNR officials in Region 10 are composed of people who work hard, proactive, and outstanding in their work. And I'd like to start with Regional Director, our RED, Henry Adornado. Then he is supported by ARDs, Tess Allen and Felix Mirasol. And our, of course, RD for the EMB, Ray Digamo. And of course, Pedro Bebot Dagolo. Now, I go now to the meat of my intervention, and that is the budget. Can you confirm, Secretary, that you propose a budget of 43 billion, but only 23 billion was given by the DBM, slashing 20 billion of your proposed budget?
Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is confirmed, Madam Chair.
It is also, can you also confirm, Madam Secretary, that the budget for 2022 was 25.5 billion, and yet now for 2023, your budget has also been slashed to only 22.04 billion, or 2 billion less than this year. Do you confirm that, Secretary?
Madam Secretary.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is confirmed.
Yes, because I researched on your budget very well, Madam Secretary. And in spite of slashing 20 billion from your proposed budget and slashing 2 billion from your current budget, may I know how much are you requesting for augmentation to add to the very small 23 billion given by the DBM?
Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, with respect to our budget that was approved by the DBM, the department wishes to express our acceptance of the budget that was provided to us in recognition of the directives of the President in terms of the economic recovery needs of the country. However, we are not yet ready to actually provide a short list of augmented items for the additional budget that may be made available to us. We are working on that short list, but we are fully cognizant of the need to balance our department's needs with the other departments who are also in need of budget. The second item I think we would like to bring up here is what has been already brought up before, the convergence approach to budgets. And in fact, if there are shared goals and objectives, we are more than willing to work with the other departments in order to achieve those shared goals, particularly in the case of climate change objectives and environmental management objectives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I really appreciate our Secretary for being loyal and for being prudent. But I have researched that you are asking for 211 million only as supplement to the 23 billion. And this is 211 million only for water resources vulnerability assessment, ICT networks, PCSD, and forest protection and national land titling. Do I confirm that you have requested just 211 million, only 10% of what was slashed from last year, and what was also reduced of 20 million of more than 10%, many of more than 20 billion slash. Do you confirm that, Secretary?
Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. We have not requested an augmented budget. The figure that has been mentioned is part of our evaluation of what might be made available to us given the opportunity for the budget to be augmented. We are still in the process of reviewing other items that may be added onto this list. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will now go to my last point before I will make a manifestation. And that is, I would like to request the Secretary consider my letter to her requesting for our project in Cagayan de Oro. I have 5 rivers, and I'm only asking for 20 million for a combined river, bamboo, and urban greening program. Can the Honorable Secretary consider this request of the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro?
Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would be more than happy to look into this and to consider this as part of the current effort and the budget of the department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and may I now finally manifest. I manifest my strong support for the 23.04 budget of the Department of Environment, Natural Resources, all the way to the plenary. I support this budget, and therefore, Madam Chair, I would move that this hearing briefing today, we approve already the 23.04 billion budget of the DNR to allow our new secretary to be able to implement the programs to protect our environment and develop our natural resources. Plus, Madam Chair, 211,804,000, and together with the 20 million for Cagayan de Oro City 2nd District. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Rep. Rodriguez, and we will approve the budget, of course, at the proper time. Next to interpellate is Representative Dan Fernandez, who will...
Okay, maraming pong salamat, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa lahat ng ating pong mga guests, especially yung ating pong newly designated na Secretary of DNR, the Secretary Yulo Loizaga, and all the others who are there. I think I saw Yusek Adoba a while ago, si Yusek Rich Puna, si Medina, and to all of you. Meron lamang po akong isang concern, Secretary Yulo Loizaga. It's about the Laguna Lake. Kanina I was there, and I was supposed to, not supposed to ask questions, but when I saw GM Medina, I remember during my time as chairman of Committee on Ecology, my second term, 2010 to I think 2013, I was the chairman of the Committee on Ecology. And we tackled a lot about the Laguna Lake, the rehabilitation of the biggest lake in the Philippines and the second largest in the whole Southeast Asia. And unfortunately, the said lake is dying because it is highly filtered. A lot of waste material is being thrown. People are living in the lake shore. And a lot of contributory factors. During my stint as a chairman of the Committee on Ecology, we investigated the problem of the contracted project to rehabilitate the said Laguna Lake. Precisely to dredge it because yung ating pong depth ng ating pong Laguna Lake is like 2.5 meters na lamang po ngayon. And we need to dig it deeper in order to have it a more capacity factor that will help the flooding areas of Metro Manila. Kasi kasama doon sa rehabilitate po, yung Napuntan Channel, wherein ang pagbabaha sa Manila, will lessen the burden of flooding. Aside from that, it will decongest the traffic because there is a project, not an highway, which is put a passing, going to the different towns and municipalities and cities along the lake shore, going to Laguna and Bulacan. And aside from that, we will be reviving the Laguna Lake. Alam nyo, kasi ako, lumaki po ako dyan sa Laguna. Laki tayo sa Lawa. At the same time, dito rin po nang galing si Dr. Jose Rizal. Alam nyo, si Dr. Jose Rizal ay sinakanamba at meron siyang mga istorya about sa Lawa ng Laguna. At most likely, baka dyan niya dinadala si Josephine Bravo na sila nagtatamsaw dito. At kidding aside, alam niyo po ay it's high time that we have to rehabilitate it. And I remember the Philippine government contracted a 18.7 billion project with BDC, yung Braga, Warken, Declot, and Zoom. Yung po yung company sa Belgium that contracted 18.7 billion, wherein it was cancelled by former President Noynoy Aquino. We were summoned sa Malacanang and told us that it will be cancelled. And we were saddened. No? And
Please
this project
wind up,
was conceptualized by, pundan po ko sa tanong ko. Isang tanong lang naman po ito, Chair. Please, gusto ko lang po magkaroon ng story para malaman po natin ito. Pupunta ka itong mga kinukwento ko po. This was conceptualized by no less than our colleague, our esteemed colleague, former President Gloria. This project was yun, ang tanong po, this was cancelled. And according to the contract, siyam na taon siyang mabayaran. And nag-start pa nga lang po ng bayad po tayo, 2017. So 2022 po ngayon, maaaring 4 na taon po tayong mabayad na ng penalty. I think, ang bayad po natin sa outright cancellation was 400 million. And we are using the taxpayers' money na wala pong nangyayari dahil wala naman pong project na nagawa. Ang tanong ko kay Madam Secretary, having said these all benefits that will be coming out from that project, which was cancelled, can we somehow revive the said project, considering that people will be exhausted a lot of legal battle and at the same time money on this cancelled project? Can we somehow revive this project and talk to the BGC for arbitration, international arbitration court in order for us to bring it back? Pwede po ba yun, Secretary Lisa?
Rep. Fernandez, your time's up. Your internet connection was actually quite spotty, and we could not hear some portions of your interpellation. But, Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary, would you care to respond, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for acknowledging that we may have lost certain important parts of the message of the representative from Laguna. Um, I would defer the reply to this query to Yusek Anate with your permission, Madam Chair.
Yusek, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, Madam Chair, the reason for the position of the government at that time to cancel the contract, and in fact, we went to arbitration court, no, where the Philippines was, where there was a favorable decision in favor of the government. There were some provisions in the contract which are disadvantageous to the government. One, it did not also pass through the process for ODA projects. And second, the contract itself did not specify the volume of dredging materials that will be dredged from the water body. And third, we believe that the real solution is to address the reforestation aspect in the upland to address the situation in Laguna Lake. As to the question on whether we can revive such project, as mentioned by the Secretary in the Trust and Direction, in any decision, we should really look at the science base of our proposed programs. So we have to review whether dredging is indeed feasible and most appropriate policy or program to really address the situation in Laguna
Mr. Chair,
Lake.
if I may butt in lang po, no, para kasi medyo yung sagot po niya about doon sa favorable sa atin. Meaning po ba ng favorable na sinasabi nyo, hindi po tayo nagbabayad, hindi tayo na-penalize by the arbitration court?
Ref. Hernandez, that was your final question.
Okay,
Yusek?
I just need an answer on the payment being released by the government on this matter. Because there are a lot of news na nagbayad po tayo ng 400 million and we still have to pay like 800 million. So I want to be clarified because this is people's money. And we need to find out kung may lumabot.
Yes, yes, Madam Chair. I confirm, Madam Chair, that the payment being required in that arbitration ruling pertains to the Pasig River, but not to the Laguna Lake, Madam Chair.
So in other
In
words,
the interest of time, Ref.
you
Hernandez,
have to make
Ref.
it sure,
Hernandez, in the interest
Chairman,
of time, Madam Secretary, could you just kindly submit in writing all the pertinent information?
Yes,
Submit to the Committee on
Madam,
Appropriations. And thank
Madam
you,
Chairman,
Ref.
maraming
Hernandez. Thank you for your
salamat,
understanding. Next to interpellate is Representative Jervil Luistro. Who is joining us via Zoom?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon.
Can I be heard?
Yes, loud and clear. Please proceed.
I will be very, very fast. For my first question, considering the technical nature of ECC requirements, I had experience when I was referred to an ECC consultant. Apparently, they charge exorbitant fees. May we know from our good secretary if there is anything we can do about this?
Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I will defer here to the response of the Director of EMB, who is on top of the ECC process.
Director, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair. Regarding the consultant that will be hired to prepare the EIS documents, if that's an environmental critical project, they are just only recognized preparer, but the arrangement, whatever the activities that you have to prepare, that's their independent charges, Madam Chair.
Rep. Luistro. Rep. Luistro.
Yes, Madam Chair, but considering that this is a requirement of, Madam Chair, I understand that this is a separate undertaking of the private individual with the ECC consultant. However, that this requirement pertains to that of the DNR. I hope that we can do something about this to look into the proper fees that should be imposed by ECC consultant. That is a manifestation, Madam Chair. For my second question, there are quarry operations under the guise of leveling permit. In fact, after operation, the aggregates are used for commercial purposes. May we know how the Department of Environment and Natural Resources addressed these concerns?
Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, thank you for that. I will refer to MGB Director for the reply. Thank you.
Director Moncano.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, we also heard about this practice of some local government units of issuing development permits, but in the guise of actual quarrying, no? Or actually, the land will be disturbed and then quarried and commercially disposed. While we discourage this one, our regional offices actually are looking at this one, no, and the PMRB, and actually some of our regional directors have written local government officials about this and discouraging the issuance of development permits and similar documents, no, not really equal to a quarry permit or an industrial sand and gravel permit, no, because once a proponent remove material and commercially dispose, these are already covered by the Mining Act, and they're supposed to pay for the taxes due to this extraction. But we will look into this, and if there's a specific location, kindly forward us this to the MGB regional office so that we can conduct the appropriate investigation, Madam Chair.
Rep. Luistro.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will be getting in touch with the Office of the Good Speaker. And for my last question, Madam Chair, in Mabini, Batangas, cadastral survey is extremely erroneous. They trigger boundary disputes, leading to cases filed in courts. Is it possible that DNR resurvey the area as compliments to property owners? After all, the existing was initiated and completed by our agency.
Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, I will refer this to a representative from NAMRIA on the issue of cadastral surveys.
You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Actually, what is in our maps are just indicative in nature, which means they are not authoritative. The mandate to produce such boundary lines is with the Land Management Bureau. Madam Chair, Madam Secretary.
Rep. Luistro.
Madam Chair, if we may add to that, I'll turn over to Yusek Kuna for additional reply.
Yusek Kuna.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair. Actually, what we will do, Madam Chair, is to instruct the Regional Executive Director of Region 4A, he is here, Red Nilo Tamorio, to look into this concern in Mabini, Batangas. But other than that, we'd like to recognize, with the permission of Madam Chair, the Director of the Land Management Bureau to add on this. Thank you.
Director, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the remedies available in case of erroneous surveys or surveys with lacking records is indeed a resurvey of the cadastral. So it is, we recognize that in case of errors, particularly in Mabini, we confirm that there are errors in the cadastral survey. These are done long time ago. So we will look into the possibility of proposing a program for Mabini, Batangas, So we will discuss it, Madam Chair, with the Regional Executive Director of Calabarzon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, may we add to that reply? Is it Red Nilo Tamoria who will reply in full to this
Yes,
query?
please. Please proceed.
Madam Chair, uh, that particular issue with Mabini is also the same issue with the Batangas City, which is a common, is an adjacent municipality. And with the representation of Congressman Marino, we will be there will be a reconstruction and a survey of the Batangas cadastre that would really have an impact also of the boundary in Mabini. So we already had a proposal with the congressman, and the corresponding work will be done by the DNR field officers.
Rep. Luistro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would be all.
Right, salamat. And Madam Secretary, could you request Regional Director for Region 4A to get in touch with Rep. Luistro on the matter? Thank you. Next to interpellate is Rep. Manuel Sagarbaria. Sir, you are recognized. Rep. Sagarbaria is not around, so we now move to Representative Jojo Lara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, sa ating mga bisita ngayon. Secretary, Yulo Loizaga, and of course our former President, Ma'am Joey. Sa akin po, yung concern ko lang po, sa aking distrito, though hindi ko na-expect po na makuha ang lahat ng kasagutan ngayon, considering na very short naman itong panahon natin, no? I would just like to manifest po, no, na una, I've been supportive with all your programs, lalo na sa 3rd District ng Cagayan, no, in like manner po, yung inyong Regional Director, si Gwen Mucha Mambalan, has been supportive also sa 3rd District. Etong mga nangyayari po sa aming probinsya, no, of course, number one po, yung stand ng policy noon ng DNR when it comes to the dredging of Cagayan River, no, kung yun pa rin po ba ay ituloy-tuloy ng ating Madam Secretary. No, eto lang po, Madam Secretary, at this point lang, gusto ko lang din po na mag-signal lang din ng audience inyo, no, hopefully by next week, if your schedule permits, with all the yung nararapat na makakausap ko din, no, para lang po ma-brief din kami, dahil marami din pong nagtatanong sa akin ngayon kung itutuloy po ba ito, considering na nagkaroon ng change administration. Ano po, Madam Secretary, of course, magpapatulong na rin din po ako sa inyo. Though ito, binanggit ko na ito dati kay Secretary Bambalan, no, yung issue po namin sa Tuguegarao City, nabigyan po kami ng pagkakataon na mapunduhan ang lahat po ng mga major drainage system doon, considering na flood-prone area ang Tuguegarao City, which is not only the capital of the province of Cagayan, but the regional center of the whole of Region 2. So having said that po, sa implementation po ng mga programs and project ng DPWH ay mayroon kaming problema sa mga titled waterways. So again po, ulitin ko lang, alam ko masyadong maliit ang panahon na makapagsagot po kayo sa akin. I-reiterate ko na lang, no, mamaya kung ano yung time na pwede po akong pumunta sa inyo. So yun lang po, mahal na Secretary. Of course, thank you very much po, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Rep. Lara. Madam Secretary, do you wish to respond?
Madam Chair, thank you very much. We look forward to the discussions with the Honorable Congressman, Madam Chair.
Salamat. Last on the list, Chair recognizes Representative Lourdes Matibag. Via Zoom. She's joining us via Zoom.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, and to the DENR family, including our undersecretaries and assets. On behalf of the people of the city of San Pedro Laguna, we'd like to express our support to the DNR, especially our new secretary, Ma'am Yulo, who I know her roots hail from Laguna, I think in Santa Rosa, the family of Yulo. So I just have a question regarding, of course, our tanging yaman here in the province of Laguna, the Laguna Lake, which is a source of the livelihood for our fisher folks. So during the concern over the 2019 DNR said that the portions of the South Laguna de Bay, including San Pedro, Binyan, Santa Rosa, Calamba, municipalities of Los Baños, Bae, they have a dry up water hyacinth level. So, which is unattached, can I ask about the status of these efforts, considering that this is a year-on-year problem that never seems to go away? Does the DNR or LLDA have a more permanent solution ahead in this administration, Madam Chair?
Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to call the General Manager, Joey Medina, to reply. Thank you.
Mr. Medina.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon po. Just for the information of the Honorable Congresswoman from San Pedro, last March 22 of this year, 2022, ay nagkaroon po ng Memorandum of Agreement ang DNR at ang LLDA para po mag-download ng pondo sa Laguna Lake Development Authority na ang purpose po ay para dito sa perennial problem ng mga invasive water hyacinth infestation. Yan po ay seasonal. Pag ho ganitong panahon ay talagang nandun sa may area ng Santa Rosa at San Pedro. At ito ho ay malaking abala, lalong-lalo na ho sa ating mga mangingisda, sa mga bangka na pumapalaot po diyan. At ang programa na sinasagawa ho ng inyong LLDA ay kompleto ang panukala mula po sa harvesting, mula po sa storage at maging sa pag-transform into a finished product. Together with DOST, together with the members of the academe from UP Los Baños, ay yung pong programang yun ang ating implement. And hopefully, pag na-download ang pondo sa LLDA, and we could immediately dispatch and implement the project, the program, para po sa problemang ito ng water hyacinth. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Rep. Matibag. Kindly unmute yourself, Rep.
Unmute.
Yes,
Thank
we
you,
can now hear
Madam
you.
Chair. I
Yes.
just want to include also, because there has been a recent study that there's a rapid decline of water quality in Laguna Lake due to the increasing waste inputs from agricultural, runoff, soil erosion, domestic sources, and industrial activities. There has been numerous plans in the past from one administration to the next to another on how to deal with these problems. But apparently, no integrated plan to prevent further deterioration and the death of the lake. So given these facts, Madam Chair, what does the Secretary envision as the disaster resilience expertise here, one of the most or the good environmentalist leaders in our country? I just want to know, ma'am, what does the Secretary envision for Laguna Lake in the next 6 years?
Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that question, Honorable Matibag. I would like to say, perhaps at this point, that as I'm beginning this administration, Again, to reiterate that there are physical limits to interventions to specific ecosystems after which there is no recovery. If there is no multi-stakeholder support for the preservation of the ecosystem that surrounds Laguna Lake, terrestrial as well as the lake itself, from the different stakeholders that are contributing to the condition, the DNR as a department cannot achieve its job. We are, in a sense, here left to the resorts that are available in terms of remediation. But the real problem is that the Laguna Lake is a closed system. It needs to be drained somehow, and the waters that are leading to it need to be managed in order for silt not to be transported along with the water. At this point, the contributions of each stakeholder, whether they be domestic, industrial, institutional, to the condition of the lake need to be recognized as their equity in the resurrection of this ecosystem. Without the recognition of the equity of the stakeholders, no amount of work or investment by the DNR and the DPWH will be able to revive the lake. And so I would urge everyone to consider their role and contribution as far as the condition of the present in terms of the lake and what they may be able to contribute in order to resurrect the ecosystem and the surrounding areas around it. So if that may be my reply for the moment, certainly what needs to be designed is a better and more strategic stakeholder engagement program in order to have all our stakeholders recognize what it is that they are actually doing or not doing that has contributed to the condition of the lake and what the DNR can do within its capacity and resources in order to address the current and the future condition of this valuable ecosystem. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Rep. Matibag, please wind up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the interest of time, I would like to just request for submission of a written reply of supporting documents and data in response of my queries. I understand that we've been here for a day already, but we'll be working together. And we hope to see the results once the funds are downloaded for the water hyacinth removal, especially, Madam Chair, for the Laguna Lake Road Network, which is an pending program from the last administration. Madam Chair, thank you. And to the DENR family, you have my support.
Salamat, Rep. Matibag, and Madam Secretary, please take note of that request.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is well noted. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, I actually wanted to ask questions about the Marikina River, but because of lack of material time, could you kindly just submit whatever studies that you have on the current status of the Marikina River and a list of projects and programs on its rehabilitation, if any?
Certainly, Madam Chair, and I wonder if the Honorable Chair would also consider there are academicians, national scientists who have done extensive studies whom we would like to, in fact, collaborate with in terms of the Marikina River. And we hope to bring them in terms of their technical advice as well on the management of the river in terms of climate change and disaster risk. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And at this point, I'd like to thank the members for your kind understanding. Kung magtatagal pa tayo dito, baka magkasakit na tayo. And of course, on behalf of our Appropriations Chair, Saldico, we thank the DNR family. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Secretary, for your excellent handling of the questions. And at this point, do I hear a motion to terminate the budget hearing or budget briefing of the DNR?
Madam Chair, after 6 hours of grueling interpellations and questioning from the members, I move that the budget briefing of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources be terminated. So move, Madam Chair.
Second, Madam Chair.
The DNR budget briefing is terminated. Do I hear another motion?
Madam Chair, I move that the budget briefing be suspended until September 5, Monday at 9 in the morning. So move, Madam Chair.
But the budget briefing is suspended.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 6 hours lang ba tayo?
The longest so far.
Okay.